Morning. How's everybody doing? Oh, why is this marked unlisted? Everybody doing? Okay, there we go. Not marked unlisted. Okay, I don't think so. All right. I think I saw the word birthday. Happy birthday. I'm going to be happy to get around to that. I don't know. Want me to sing? That would be bad. Grinder! How you doing? All right, we've got reach the rap trap. How you doing? Who left the sweater under my bed? I was thinking, with the what is it? It went from 35 to 21. I don't know. That's weird. Oh, well, tech games. Oh, now to 28. All right, interesting. Thinking about the title, made me think of that. What is it? Fat man in a little sweater. Small group in a sweater. Anyway, pardon my humor. Julia, I will not be joining today as it's my birthday and day off to enjoy. We're happy to watch the replay. Okay, great. Well, I hope you have a fantastic day. Happy birthday to you. Why is this camera up so high? Is that better? There we go. Wow, I hope you have a fantastic day. That's awesome. You've been so good to us. Our family, right? Our little family. Cindy, morning. Hope all is well with you as well. Brenda, good morning to you. Tara's feeling a little under the weather. Sick. Maybe she got things. Green bastard. How you doing? Who was it that sent me? Somebody sent me tweeters, and I missed it. See, because I'm such a tech guy. Who was that sent that? Annie. I missed it. I'm sorry. We'll put that out because that looks really good. Thank you, Annie. Annie went and put some data together and stuff. Good stuff. Christine W. Thank you to all of you who could join last night. And if you can and haven't, please go back and watch it. Leave the comments. And absolutely subscribe to O'Deer's channel. The link was in the thing below last 90 thing. Never understood. Of course, they're stifling anybody who has truth. Not any. Yeah. Anyway, truth and all. DVD. No. Pioneer driver. Mark Evans. Freckles is in the house. Good stuff, Freckles. How you doing? You working away, Freckles? MH, are you going off to work? MH, good morning to you. Nosy Scotian, good morning to you. Chris Lee and JJ, locked in the trunk of a car. Good morning to you all. Hello, Linda M. And Kelly, good morning. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning. Let's get my Irish out. All right, now. There we go. Todd's in the house. He's glowing. Lots of things glowing in this story. Going back in history, finding things that are similar in other places, but for another day. Nova Scotia born, Invasion 1. Full big stop video today. Is it the full one? We'll see. Good. We're going to have a shred fest on that. Chris Farley, fat man, little sweater. Yes. Okay. I don't know. Did you get my humor on that one before with the title? Or did I have to explain it? Squirrel. Trish Lund. I think you and I have the same humor. Good morning. Caper. Nova Scotia born. I missed you, Caper. Linda McDonald. Good morning. Good morning. Beautiful Julia. Isn't that nice? See our family? So nice. Who's going to keep time today? Says Christine. This is a good one. I'm going to have to step out for a little bit. Tara's going to do some moderating for me and boot all those porn bots off. I hope to be back as soon as possible because I don't like to miss anything, but I think I'll keep it streaming as I go. So, watcher. Good morning, group. We're a family. Family. Some of this family is bad, but you know, they'll get in line. We'll spank them. Lily Bomb. Good morning. Nikki Lewis. Can't stay long. Catch up later. Good morning to you. Have a good day. Peter, how you doing? Oh dear, serious skills at editing. That kind of stuff was my forte a long time ago, but it would take me months. So can't do. Thank God we've got somebody who's super tech savvy, and all have our skills. Everybody's got skills. Just drove by Enfield Detachment, and the connection dropped. It's kind of like Peterson's computer, just or Bernard's radio. What video should we expect? So it was the three amigos in this part of it. The three amigos. There's three amigos all over the place. Mass Casualty Commission were the ones who didn't want it out. Maybe it was the commission up above them. I don't know. But that was their decision. That'll be for us to find out. Let's see here. Julie Rock, happy birthday. Santa brings you a new stopwatch. Hopefully it will work. And it's not purchased in Nova Scotia because they don't work down there. She's going to try and fight the porn bots. Thank you so much. Family has to do work. See, this is tough stuff. Lots of work. Reading and balls. Every family has some rotten apples. How true. That's okay, you know. You kind of love them. Hold on to them. But let them know. Subtly, in no uncertain terms. Know you're there. Don't fuck around. Snippin' Lucy, good morning. Any bets when the video will be uploaded? No idea. You mean that motion camera that can't work? Motion camera? What about that one? Oh, does it work now? So you're a liar? Oh! Thank God for oh dear. Thank God. Thank God for everybody. Thank God. Three amigos.
The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
The show will about it. He has the auditorium voice, you know? He does. He has the auditorium voice. If you go to plays, I don't know how many people go to plays, but he certainly has the auditorium voice. It's almost the exact same announcement. And your drinks are not allowed. Do not bring your drinks in. It's a show. It's all a show. That theater voice. Yeah. The voice statement. Then you got the three amigos with their NLP going on, their psychology. We want to make sure. Thank you for that question. Affect those all affected. We love you and the trauma base. We're trying to do this, but not find fault. Sounds like Sheriff Lombardo. Every time I hear him, I want popcorn, overture, curtains, lights, Be nice, MCC. Included upload date. Each document would assist filtering. Too easy. Upload date. No, can't do that. Scan documents. Have to make sure that you have them in PDF format and then scan them so that they're not searchable. Right, because, you know, the RCMP, Project Wide Awake, designs the worst websites of all. The Stanton voice. Shameful that our citizen Sir Stanford Fleming invented time zones. No clock is correct. Shameful. Good morning, countryside. Good morning. Happy to have you aboard. Finished Bernard videos. Wow, feel bad for him. He sheds a lot of light, though, eh? You know? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. None of this is making sense. I'm hearing things that aren't there. I know I said those things, but they're not there. Those of you who haven't checked that out, it's long, or just go and read them for yourself. You don't have to listen to my stuttering, farting voice. Oh, I think we're all set up here. Who wants to be the official timekeeper? We have volunteer? Yes. It does exist. It absolutely within the RCMP. It's a very serious problem.
Bonjour et bienvenue. Hello and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. As many of you have become familiar with, we begin each day of our proceedings by remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Through our work, we are continuing to learn about what happened and how and why it happened so that we can shape findings and recommendations to help make our communities safer. One important aspect of this work is hearing from people about the direct impact the mass casualty has had on various individuals and groups. We've been finding out about this in a number of ways, such as our ongoing conversations with participants, witness interviews, through the Share Your Experience survey on our website, and open houses that were held earlier this year. This week, we are embarking on the first set of small group sessions to learn from service providers, first and secondary responders, elected officials, and others about the processes of information sharing that took place during and immediately after the mass casualty, including post-event support. The small group sessions do not replace our phase 1 fact-finding work of what happened on April 18th and 19th. Rather, the small group sessions bring together individuals who will discuss a particular aspect of their experience of or related to the mass casualty. These sessions will be facilitated to foster dialogue and deepen the Commission's understanding of the context and impact of the mass casualty. This will assist us as commissioners in making recommendations that will be practical to implement. If in the course of a small group session, an individual shares something about their experience that significantly shifts the Commission's understanding of the factual record and its issues, it will be on the public record since it is webcast and being transcribed. We may then determine the issue requires further exploration through additional investigation, interviews, and if necessary, witness testimony. Our first small group session today includes Jesse Brine, Jeff O'Coin, and Melanie Lowe, who are paramedics for the Emergency Health Services, also known as EHS. We are also joined by Bruce Cox, a paramedic who is also an emergency dispatcher. The second session will include Kristen Bagley and Brian Green, who will work with the within the Operational Communication Center. Hearing from those with direct experiences will help us to make meaningful recommendations that will help protect communities here in Nova Scotia and across Canada. I will now ask our legal policy advisor, Krista Smith, to begin today's first discussion. Krista. And
Thank you,
everyone,
Commissioner
for being
Fitch.
here.
Thank you. As Commissioner Fitch indicated, my name is Krista Smith, and I'm with the Research and Policy team. So far in public proceedings, you may have seen me facilitate a few roundtable sessions. Today, I'll be facilitating a different kind of session, what we've come to call a small group session. Small group sessions are similar to roundtables in that they're intended to help the commissioners and the public to understand the context, causes, and circumstances of the mass casualty. However, the format and type of information presented at small group sessions will be quite different from roundtables. Where roundtables provide us with an opportunity to hear from experts and thought leaders on issues identified in the Commission's mandate, small group sessions allow us to hear from individuals with direct experience related to the mass casualty and its impacts. Small group sessions are intended to deepen our understanding of the context around what happened through facilitated discussion among small groups of similarly situated individuals who were directly involved in the mass casualty response. What these individuals choose to share will provide important context and insights that reach beyond a purely factual account of what happened. These individuals have a perspective that no one else can provide. They can help us to better understand what facts alone cannot convey, the human experience. Specifically, hearing from small group session participants will help the commissioners to better understand how people experienced the systems that were able to respond to critical incidents of this kind, and secondly, to provide support and information to those affected by such incidents. Hearing from those with direct experience is part of the Commissioner's commitment to pay attention to the human dimensions of the systems, services, policies, and practices so that the Commission's recommendations are as practical, implementable, and responsive to the real needs of those affected as possible. To date, the Commission has heard from several witnesses involved in the police response. Today, in the first of these small group sessions, we will hear about the experiences of people in other first responder roles that are equally vital for the safety and security of our communities. This morning, we will hear from paramedics and a dispatcher from Emergency Health Services, which you'll sometimes hear referred to as EHS. And this afternoon, we will hear from the dispatch supervisors on duty at the Operational Communications Center, also called the OCC, the morning of April 19th, 2020. So I'm just going to turn for a moment now to explain the format of the small group sessions. As will be the case for each of our small group sessions, today's will be facilitated and I will pose a set of open-ended questions to which each session participant may respond. Broadly, the same type of questions will be posed in each of our small group sessions. So we are bringing the four of you together here today so that we can hear about your experiences, both as individuals and as members of a larger organization. The format of these sessions is structured so that each of you have an opportunity to contribute to each of the questions. I will pose a question, then each of you will have the opportunity to answer that question. You may choose to pass on a particular question as you wish. When it's your turn to talk, you have the floor. No one will interrupt you. As we have agreed, though, I will intervene if we lose track of the question or if we lose track of time. Once each of you has spoken to the question, we'll call that a round, then I may pose the question again and invite you to follow up on what you said or what you heard from the others. If you don't wish to add anything, you can just indicate that and we'll move to the next person. When it comes to talking about how your organization works, the focus is on your experiences with the organization. So for example, if you have comments about policy and training within your organization, we're interested to hear what role they may have played in shaping your experience. So it may be relevant to share what it was like to follow the policy in the situations you encountered. Or you may wish to comment on whether it was hard to reconcile your training with the circumstances you were facing. So now that I've outlined the format, I'm going to begin with an introductory round. If each of you can just introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about who you are, your background, and the nature of your work.
My name is Jesse Bryan, currently primary care paramedic in Pugwash, Nova Scotia for EHS. I've been there for 9 years. I live outside of Pugwash in Northport, and I'm also the fire chief there. And has been fire chief there for 4 years now, but been volunteering for about 15. So that's me.
Thanks.
My name's Melanie Lowe. I'm a primary care paramedic out of Amherst. I've been with the company for about 5 years now, and I'm from the Wentworth kind of area, but now live in Shediac.
And what's a primary care paramedic?
So primary care paramedic would be the initial stage of your training. There's a couple different levels, but primary care is the initial level.
Okay.
My name is Jeff O'Coin, originally from Cape Breton, now residing in Amherst. Been an advanced care medic for the last 17 years. Just to expand on the scope, just in a slightly expanded scope of practice, a few different skills and medication and procedures we can perform. I'm married, got 3 boys, a dog, live in Amherst, so like any kind of outdoor activity really, and that's me.
Great, thanks.
Bruce Cox, intermediate care paramedic and emergency medical dispatcher with EHS. 93 when I began, and still 29 years later, still going strong. My main role is at the comm center, dispatcher and call taker for that agency, and many roles and jobs through EHS is my years that I've put in with the service.
Thanks. So given that the nature of your roles can be difficult, I wonder why, if you can share why you do this work and what brings you the most satisfaction in this work.
I started volunteering with fire, and that got me into that kind of realm of first responders, and learning how to do certain skills and help people out, knowing those certain skills that could help someone always kept me going for higher training. And when it came, I thought it was time, I took my paramedic course and started working here in Nova Scotia. And so basically just trying to have the skills that people depend on, that not everyone is, the general public has, that they call upon. Mm-hmm. And that really helps me get going, like that they need the help. And I have those set of skills that could help them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
My family had been involved in paramedicine back when it kind of originated. My dad was a medic. And so when I graduated from high school, I had wanted to do that profession. He strongly discouraged me from doing that. And 20 years later, I went back to school and decided this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to contribute more to my community. I had been kind of in a public sector. I had owned my own business, and I felt like I wasn't really doing as much as I could, and that this would be a better avenue. So I did some research. I couldn't decide whether I wanted to go into corrections, policing, or EHS. And everyone that I spoke to at the time who was a medic kind of spoke very highly of the people that they worked with. And so that's kind of one of the things that keeps me here, is because the people I work with are pretty amazing.
Yeah.
What actually drew me, I honestly don't know. I had taken a welding course and did like that, and then got involved in boat building, did some fiberglass, really enjoyed the work, but I didn't enjoy the itching when I got home. But eventually just went into paramedic school, and I think at the end of the day it was just something that I always enjoyed helping people, and it's very rewarding. Whether you're helping people just getting out of their home, or something that's palliative, helping that family, that patient stay home, or even helping a family that just is grieving a loss of a loved one. There's so many different ways and that we can help people in a great way, and the feedback is always very rewarding.
Thank you. Bruce?
Yeah, I mean, we all have the same, wanting to help people, wanting to be part of, to make a change, make a difference, and whether it be in our communities, local or otherwise. And that's why we, get into it. Kind of like I was teaching first aid for the local ambulance company, and the owner made us all kind of go do our paramedic training so I kind of fell into it sideways, but that was, many years ago, and I'm, still doing it. And it's, the enjoyment of just being outside, or, was being outside, now inside, and helping people. And just each day is different, and not sure what you're going to deal with. It's kind of the part that keeps coming back every day.
Okay, thanks. So helper profession in full force here. As we go through our next round, I just want to remind everybody to talk really slowly and clearly for our accessibility partners. But yeah, I want to take us now to sort of a scene setting question, just to give the folks listening a little bit of context. Can you tell us a little bit about your involvement in the mass casualty response on April 18th or 19th? We'll start with you.
So on April 18th, it was my first night shift of 2 days, 2 nights. So started at 6 p.m. and in Pugwash, and I'm not quite sure how we made it to Truro, but we did. And we just cleared a call in Truro, and the call came in Portapique, and we were the first truck assigned to it. We were the only truck in Truro that was available, and we were heading out that way. That time we were going code 1, which is lights and sirens emergency, to the scene. We could see one RCMP in the distance ahead of us, another one passed us on the way there. When we got to the Great Village exit, that's when they made us put a stage note. So like staging is we stay far back from the scene till police have made it safe for us to proceed. So our plans was to stage at the end of Portapique Beach Road and the main road there. So it was COVID. So we, at Great Village Fire Department, we pulled over and got all of our PPE on for COVID issues, because everyone was COVID positive basically back then. And once we left the Great Village Fire Department, we did notice an RCMP car slowly going the opposite way towards Great Village. At the time, we didn't see any real concern about it. And then we looked off in the distance and we saw like a big, large glow. And that's when we asked our comm center, like, was there a structure fire in the area? Because we just left the fire department and all the trucks were there. They're like, well, it's at your 11 o'clock, which is like 11 o'clock towards on our side. And I was like, yep. And he's like, well, that's your scene. So that's when we decided to stage further back. Yeah. And then we staged there. I can't recall how long, but then our dispatch said that RCMP had a victim at the end of the road for us to go pick up. Still unclear if the scene was safe, but we went anyways. We went, and there's a car on one side of the road, and with an RCMP officer, 2 individuals inside the car. The driver, which was our patient, he was shot in the left shoulder. And there's, I would say, some other damage to the vehicle, because I had to work with the door handle to even open the door to get him out. At that time, there was only one RCMP officer with us. I did notice one walking down to the scene, and when one pulled up once we got there. Once we got him in the truck, that's when one of the RCMPs stood at our door with a weapon to guard us. And we proceeded to treat him. in the back of our truck. And then we didn't stay on there very long. We got what we needed to do and start heading to Colchester Truro Hospital. And once we left scene, I knew that our comm center didn't really know what was going on, not a whole lot of detail because no one really knew. And I went on our TAC channel, which is just another channel that helps you can tell a story or go on because it doesn't interrupt with every day or the calling out calls and stuff. So
What did you call it?
a TAC,
TAC?
yeah, tactical channel.
Mhm.
And gave a brief description of what we knew at the time. And then we proceeded to take them to Truro. Once we got to Truro, we advised the hospital there of the situation. That's when they put their hospital at lockdown. And so we stayed there for a bit, went over the Truro. Once we cleared the hospital, we just stayed in Truro coverage. And then around 3, 4 o'clock, we headed back to Pugwash. And we went through Wentworth at that time. Nothing suspicious at that time, looking back. And so we, once we got back to Pugwash, we logged off and went home.
Okay.
Yep.
And one question I had that from the very beginning of your narrative was, what was the initial dispatch? What did they call you out to do?
It came for a gunshot victim.
Okay.
So the first note I remember reading was that there was, I believe, 50-some-year-old male on the back of a deck, shot, everything unknown.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And are you able to have conversation with your EHS dispatch?
Yeah, but
As you're
usually
traveling.
if they know something, they'll put in the notes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, usually they don't hide anything that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much. Melanie?
Jeff and I were the second truck in. We were posted to Truro from the New Glasgow area at the end of a call. Jesse and Emily had already gone at that point, and we were kind of hearing some of the radio chatter, what was going on. So we figured we were going to be going next, where Jeff is an advanced care paramedic and the possibility of gunshots. Well, we would be the next closest appropriate truck. So at that point, they told us to head in that direction. So we did. They told us to stage at the East Montrose Road. I had gone on to TAC as well, knowing the area and knowing that something was going on in the Portapique Beach Road. We had a discussion about that not being probably an appropriate spot. It's really quite close. And so they gave us the ability to make a choice of our own and go somewhere else. So we did, we held back. Where we were sitting, we could see the fires at the time. And we sat there for a little while. Eventually, they told us that it was safe to proceed and go in, that there was another patient, no obvious injuries. And we drove into the mouth of the Portapique Beach Road. A few RCMP officers with weapons, obviously, came out and put that woman in the back of our truck kind of very quickly. We weren't prepared for what we saw. We thought we were going to a staging area and that someone was going to be brought out. Wasn't that. It was more of this person was put into the back of the truck and they were slamming on the back of the truck telling us, go, go, go. And that's when we kind of realized, okay, we're obviously in a spot we're not supposed to be. So we took the patient to another location, did our assessment, and she didn't have any injuries, didn't want to be transported to hospital, wanted to be with family. So we made contact with family and the arrangements were made to come and pick her up. So we advised comms that there was a no transport. The patient didn't require any medical attention at the time. We obviously explained to her the severity of what was going on. That's not required. So we staged in that area for an extended period of time. Jeff made a comment that it seemed like we were very close to the fires. Maybe there was only a field between us and what was going on. So I believe he made some arrangements or some phone calls, and that's when we found out that a lot of our other personnel were at the Great Village Fire Hall, so we were moved to that location. So we were there for the majority of the evening. We sat at that location for quite some time, obviously witnessing ERT and some of those people arrive. Our life flight team showed up along with another truck from Antigonish. And I was just charting with from the first patient and received a phone call from one of the RCMP officers on scene who I'm close friends with, that there had been a lot of radio chatter. And she needed me to pass along a message and that she was going to be sending out some survivors. So at that point, we kind of got things ready. I passed along the messages that she had given to the officer that was there. And then one of the RCMP officers came out in a vehicle, not a police vehicle, just a regular vehicle, with 4 children. And we put all 4 of the children to the back of our ambulance. One of the medics from the Antigonish truck got into the back with me and one of the RCMP officers, and we kind of continued on doing an assessment with the children, and they told us the course of events of what had happened with them. We took our time with that because of kind of the nature of the call, let them just kind of tell us what they needed to tell us, slowly did some assessments and cleaned them up a little bit because some of them had blood on them. So we did that. We decided we were going to transport to Colchester Hospital, and we separated the children by families. So we kept one family with us, Jeff and I, and the other family went into the Antigonish truck. Both of us had RCMP officers on board while we transported. We didn't have an RCMP officer with the first call that we did, but with the second we did. We transported to the hospital. Jeff did the patch into the ER to kind of give them an idea of what was coming in, and I tried to prep the children for what to expect when we got to the hospital, just because I knew there was going to be social workers and a lot of people asking the same questions again. We had been notified that their family had been contacted, so I knew their family was going to be arriving. So just to try and prep them a little bit for that. So we arrived to the ER, and I believe we're followed by RCMP as well on the way in. We basically let staff kind of know what was going on. They weren't completely aware of all the details yet either, so we were kind of catching them up a little bit on that. And then we transferred care, gave the children over to the doctors and the nurses there, and then continued out to our starting room just to kind of document what had happened. Our supervisor did show up, and we were questioning, just because of the nature of the call, and we'd never dealt with anything like that, how to properly kind of document everything, but we were given very little indication as to what we were supposed to be doing at that point, just because he had never experienced anything like it as well. So we cleared up. We offered to go back just because we knew that we were already exposed. We figured it was going to be, you know, more people coming out, or we didn't really know at that point. Kind of starting to grasp the severity of it, but still not really understanding. To go back, they said that they would send in fresh crews. Go back to Amherst, and we went back to Amherst and restocked, kind of briefed the people that were taking over as to what was going on, just so they'd have a heads up what they were coming into, and then we drove home. Oh. So that's pretty much kind of the Coles Notes version.
Yeah. Okay. I apologize for the
That's
audio.
okay.
There were a couple terms that you used that I heard that I just want to make sure everyone follows what it is. So you mentioned ERT, that's Emergency Response Team, and that's the RCMP, hey?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And you mentioned Life Flight. What is that?
So as a division of EHS, we have a team that's more like a critical care paramedic. We have what's called CC1, which is kind of like almost like the size of a fire truck, but it's a larger ambulance basically, where they can treat more things. They have more medications. They have more skills than we're able to do. So it was on standby. Usually it's either the helicopter or fixed wing, but in weather or, you know, certain times when they can't use those, then they have to send this. So they brought that to Great Village and just put that in that area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said that Jeff, on your way in, patched to ER. Does that mean that he radioed the emergency room to explain?
So normally the medic in the back will do the patch to the hospital to explain what they're bringing in and what is going on. But we kind of had a little bit of communication where he's like, hey, you want me to do this? Basically, so I wasn't going to have to speak in front of the children as to the nature of what was going on. So he did that for me. Yeah.
Okay, that helps. And then you also mentioned the charting room. Is that what you
Yeah, so
said?
there's just a little area outside of the bays at the hospital where we can go in and take a few minutes. We have about 20 minutes to chart at the end of a call.
Okay.
And then we're expected to basically forward that information to the hospital and then go back into service to be
Okay.
ready for the next call.
And you said that you saw your supervisor there.
Yeah, well, it was actually our supervisor that evening was on scene at Great Village, but we had a provincial watch supervisor, and he stopped into the hospital to see if there was anything that he could do for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay. Thanks.
No problem.
Thanks for the clarification. So, Jeff?
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to pass the mic, but let's see how you do.
It seems like it's working, but
Yeah.
yeah, so Melanie and I were partners, so I'll just kind of say what I had to say with that. But yeah, so around 10 o'clock, Jesse and then got sent in first. The same thing. We kind of just always keep an eye out or listen, and then we heard there was a gunshot wound, so we kind of went over to our tablet, which is like our computer that has all the information of calls and whatnot and where we do our charting, our PCR. So we just kind of got ready, and there's notes of structures being on fire. So we're like, okay, so we're probably going to go. And shortly after, we got dispatched. And on the way there, yeah, so we just kind of got prepared. Okay, it's like then as we're driving close, as Melanie said, we were looking where they wanted us to go because they were requesting us at the mouth of Portapique Beach Road. And we were just like, that's way too close. Actually, they wanted us the Montrose Road right across, yeah. So we were way too close. We just kind of staged back and just like a little, basically a parking lot, a driveway of a mini home. It was basically probably about half to a kilometer back from Portapique Beach Road. We could obviously the glow, like Jesse said, when we arrived there was already you could see there's obviously 3 buildings on fire. Then as we approached, a 4th one kind of came ablaze, engulfed. So we just kind of waited there until we got our PP on. It was the start of COVID, so this was kind of still new for us too, just getting used to the COVID, and all the screening questions was just questions we go through to determine whether a patient was positive for COVID or symptoms possibly had COVID or not. So we just kind of got prepared with those things, and then eventually we got sent in. And as we got sent in, like we were seeing, like as we were just getting ready to do the screening, and we put our window down, and the cops just basically crouching over to the ambulance and coming in. And so we're just like, okay, just put her in the back and we'll do the screening through the window. And then as soon as they closed the door, just tapped on the ambulance to get us going. So like Mel said, obviously we were too close. We should have never been sent there but we didn't know, right? We were told it was safe to go, or we were requested by police. So, and usually when we're requested by our CMP, it is safe to proceed. So we just went with that and returned to our state, or the area we were staged. At that point, the Antigonish crew came beside us. They were there. So like Mel said, she was just in total shock. Just no injuries, and she didn't want to get transported, so family came and picked her up. So we were just sitting there looking. So there's like a house to our right and a big blueberry field in front of us between the fire and that. We were just sitting there. We're sitting ducks here. Like if he's on foot, which it seems like he is, who knows, right? So that's when we contacted our watch at that time. And actually, the Antigonish crew kind of looked at the map, and he was, so on our map, we have GPS on all our units, our ambulances or whatnot. So we can see that he was further back from where we were. So he called our watch. Watch is like either a supervisor or a senior operations paramedic that's designated to basically help out if we need extra resources or extra equipment and sometimes it's a few special stuff like physical restraints or something that we're not trained to do. So they have a few different kind of specialties or procedures they can do there. So, and when we spoke to him, he was like, where are you guys? We told him where we were. And he's like, are you guys there alone? We're like, yeah, there's no RCMP with us. And then he was like, well, we got RCMP here. So at some point we kind of felt like when we heard that, we're like, well, that's kind of odd. Like you have RCMP, you're further back and we're closer, but we have no RCMP with us. So he said to meet him there. And once we got there, that's when they decided to do the staging area at the Great Village Fire Department. So when we got there, there's police presence, some firefighters there on scene as well. They had a few tents set up, and just while spending time, they were probably there about an hour before the crew came in. But at that time, we had been notified there was at least 4 fatalities and possibly 5, and that there's 2 groups of kids that were coming that their parents had been murdered. So we just kind of waited, and like I said, other groups of RCMPs, tactical teams, and then the ERT team eventually rolled in. And when we saw the ERT team rolling, that's when we were kind of like, okay, this is a lot more serious than we thought, right? We knew there was something going on, obviously, but that's when I think it really hit us, right? When the ERT team rolled in, because we had never been involved in anything like that. So, and yeah, so eventually, like she said, one of the officers brought the 4 children in a car, and we put them all in the same ambulance at first. Just Mel, one of the anti-gunshot medics and one of the life flight medics got in the back, kind of settled them down, assessed them, make sure they were all okay, cleaned them up as she mentioned. And I was just in the front, just kind of listening. And I mean, so eventually, like she said, we split the kids by families. We transported, we were followed by RCMP. And just along the way, like even be driving, like the kids weren't holding back. They were everything they saw, heard, they said. So there's a lot of stuff that was said there that, you know, that was hard to hear from some young kids. So, but the transport there was uneventful, nothing suspicious, like same thing as Jesse and Dim experienced. Once we got to the hospital, there's some other officers that met us there to guard the place, and the place was on lockdown. So eventually I notified the hospital on the way in, like Melanie said, just of what was going on. And as she said, when we got there, they didn't really know the extent of the actual incident. So we put the kids in a room, and they had their social workers or whoever healthcare workers prepared to take them. And then we kind of went in our ambulance bay. That's where our supervisor met us there, asked us if we need anything. I think I just wanted a bag of chips, and Melanie wanted coffee. So he got us that, which is great. And we finished our chart and went back to the base just to kind of regroup, stock up, and eventually made it back to Amherst and finished our shift and passed on our shift report to the crew just to make sure that they knew what was going on, that it was still going on. So ongoing, and yeah, went home.
Okay, thank you. So Bruce, you were in a slightly different moment of this.
Sure. So
Masculine
my role was 6 o'clock the next morning when I started my shift at the comm center. I was assigned to dispatch life flight and call take to deal with calls through 911 with people who were hurt and whatnot. We had got a bit of a story from the night crew about, you know, there was a shooting and houses on fire, and, you know, there's a few people that were killed. They really at our center had minimal information of what had gone on. They were just, it's like, okay, well, that sounds, you know, not good, but nothing was, you know, really, you know, too suspicious. It was, you know, the event was not like it was over, you know, what had happened, and we just went with regular operations for the day. And we, you know, started just doing our regular jobs and, you know, at the center, and, you know, until a bit later on in the morning when things ramped up again. I know the life flight team, as was said, was up there, and they were back. They were just arriving back at the base, their base at the airport when I started. And the day crew got a report. The day life flight crew would have got a report from their night crew who was there. We don't know what was said to them, but they would have got a much more detailed report than we would have received. And the day crew wanted to immediately go back up to Truro to be at the hospital to wait if more patients were found, that the critical care team, the nurse and the paramedic from life flight, could transport. And, you know, they're the best people in the province to, you know, do critical care transports, you know, no question. And they were told, no, you were staying at your base. You were not going in the air. You're not driving. You're staying put until further notice, because again, people outside of our center knew this was still potentially an active event that was still happening, and no one was going anywhere. But calls were still being dispatched provincially. There was still things happening in the Colchester County and other places in Halifax and Sydney and Yarmouth. So it was regular operations until a bit later on in the morning. I took a call for somebody who had found one of the deceased at the end of their driveway. Call was placed to 911, then came to us because it was medical in nature. And I think at this point we were aware there was something that had happened, and things were, we were getting bits and pieces of information that were now coming out from the media, from people who were there and social media that were happening. And we kind of, the first one who had called in for the person at the end of the driveway, he was going to, get a blanket to put over the person because he didn't want them visible from the road. And myself and the 911 dispatcher, who were still on the line together, the person was described as not viable. So in that case of injuries that aren't, that they aren't survivable, we don't initiate a lot of treatment because it's something that we can do. So we told the person basically to, not go out on the driveway, not to put a blanket, to go back in their house, stay there, do not leave your house until you were told by, police. And I think the 911 operator interrupted, saying, "We will call you when you can come out. Don't just go out for the police. Go out when we tell you you can go out for the police." So I was like, but I thought that was odd, but nothing, sure, whatever, sounds good. And, we're all having conversations on the floor about, what happened. We're trying to figure out ourselves because we're getting no information from anybody. We're kind of on a social media blackout while we're working. We don't have access to a lot of things to look at. So we're kind of just, making up things, stories amongst each other to kind of figure out what might have occurred. Second call, then I took maybe half an hour later, a driver who found vehicles with their passenger windows that had been, they described as blown out, with people in the driver's seats who appeared deceased, that they, appeared shot, bloodied, car damage, and just kind of on the side of the, the road, not quite in the ditch, but describing a, fairly, violent scene, to myself and then to the dispatcher. And again, we, determining that people weren't viable potentially, that we had them, continue, do not stop, keep driving. The person, I believe, said they saw a police car nearby. Should they go try to find the police? And we kind of, at that point, I'm speculating because we'd heard more information. I asked the operator from 911, "Do you think this is what I think it is?" And she goes, "Yes, this is what we think it is." So we were, having a private conversation almost between ourselves, and, we told the person, keep driving, do not stop your vehicle. And the person didn't know why we were telling them to do this, and they did. They followed the directions, and they came across the ERT team a little way. They described as seeing a tank-like vehicle a little farther down the road. And we said, "Okay, you can stop and talk to them." And then I think the 911 operator interjected and said, "Keep your hands visible. Don't." They're being very, very direct, instructions for this person when they did approach the police of what to do. Those are only calls that we actually, got that morning for people who were deceased. We had people who were sick and injured in that area who we were now speculating, oh, is this one of the people maybe from that event? But we never got any more calls. And our center was on lockdown. Nobody could come in or come out. As it was still an event in motion. The ambulances were being told the day shift, stay at your base. You do not leave. You do not get a coffee. You stay at your base unless you were told to leave by your dispatcher. Period. You do not leave. And the crews, and we didn't know why we were telling them this. We were just told to tell the crews, don't go, stay put, don't do anything unless we were told to do so. And and that was probably a good idea, but again, not knowing where things were happening. And we didn't know what was happening, so we didn't really know what to, tell them to look out for. Simple as that. And that was just kind of the morning kind of just went for, from that, apparently that around, I talked to someone a few days ago, they said about 8:25 that our center, the management knew that there was potentially a police car with someone in a uniform who was involved with these fatalities, the dispatch staff there who were taking calls and dispatching didn't know for quite a period after that it was not given to us as information that we could have. Would it have changed things? I have no idea. But just to know that would have been, our imaginations are going wild, making up what, is it a police officer? Is it, not having any idea what was happening. And we just, tried to maintain ourselves to, keep doing our job, because we still have a job to do. People are still being sick and injured outside of this one region. And yes, we just kept doing that and waiting for things to play out. I mean, I'm getting texts from my son with, pictures of police cars on fire. And, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. And he's like, oh yeah, well, here's what the media is saying out there right now. I'm like, okay. And we're taking with a grain of salt that we don't know, is this true? Is it not true? And, we're now trying to make, decisions about what to, how to manage our resources when we don't know what we should or shouldn't be allowing to happen outside of, with the paramedics in the streets. Their being our primary concern is not putting them in harm's way, but again, not knowing where the harm is or what it is becomes a challenge. When we were cleared, probably late morning, lunchtime, we were told that things were clearing, that we could go back to regular operations. We asked, well, what's been cleared? Like what are we clearing from? And then we kind of got more information and like, okay. And it still was very vague, but a little bit was trickled down at that point in time.
Okay. I just have one clarification because I'm just trying to picture this in my mind. You said within the dispatch office, the MCC,
Sure.
You were talking amongst yourselves. How many people were there?
There would have been that morning, the day, 4, 5, 6, sorry, about 8 people plus a supervisor, I think,
Okay.
plus or minus 1. A few more came in later on that morning when I think the supervisors did a call out, like, if you want to come to work, come on in. So 2 people showed up and they came in blind as well. They had no idea, the building's locked up. They had to call us to come let them in. And so the people who were dispatching are one kind of a pod, a section, and they're all, talking and conversing about what's going on. And I'm a little farther away doing life flight. And so everyone's just, talking back and forth, like, what do you know? What do you know? What do you know? And trying to, figure things out.
Right. Okay, that helps. Thanks. We're just going to do another round. So to give you an opportunity to add anything that you might have wished you'd added the first time, or speak to anything that may have come up as you were listening to the other people speaking.
No, I
Okay,
said everything I need to say.
thanks, Jesse. Mel?
Of is that it seemed very odd when we left the hospital. We were told that the hospital was on lockdown, and we're pulling away from the bays thinking there's no police presence here. There's nothing really there. And I just brought in 4 children, not knowing, is this person, would they come back? Knowing from the story of what the children had told me that person had left their house and come back. So it was like, should I be concerned that they're inside the hospital and there's not anyone really here? As far as, they have their security staff at the hospital, and granted, they do a good job, but they don't have the resources that the RCMP would have. So that struck me as really odd when we left.
Yeah, and then just when we were on scene getting all the details about the incident itself, we never got any details of what might have been going, like if he was an officer disguised in the vehicle. We just didn't know where he was or what he was disguised at. So that's all I got to add, really.
Yeah. Okay.
Hearing them talk about stage calls happen, many, many times a day. Not to this extent, but I mean, violence calls, weapon calls, these are not unusual. People that, this stage in the course of a shift is not an unusual, request. And, we update the crews as much as possible to what's happening. And, sometimes they're going to find out more from, a police officer driving by to give them information than we'll find out in a lot of cases. But, and as I said, they realized they were too close and they're going to back up. That's, we may not know that to tell them that sometimes, unfortunately, but yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay, we're going to go to our second question, which really follows up from the first. Can you share with us what were among the hardest parts for you during your involvement in the mass casualty?
I think the hardest part was the next day coming into work, and I had no idea what was going on through the day. I went home, went to sleep, like I was getting ready for the next night shift, and I was getting my emails from work, as everyone did, to stay in your bases. It's still there. The person's still out there. So, but that's not odd either. We've had that before, and it just means that they can't find him. Doesn't mean he's out doing things. And then around noon hour, I saw one saying like, "You're good to go," like all clear. So I was like, okay, they found him or whatever. And then I got to work that night, and sitting there, and my partner Emily shows up, and she's like, "Did you hear about what was going on?" I was like, "I have no idea. What do you mean?" And she's like, "Oh, he's been go around and shooting people, and he was up in Wentworth and pretty close around here." I'm like, "Oh, really?" So I turned on the news and sat there like 10 minutes before my shift and got it all at once, just before I was going to go work another shift. And then, so just that overwhelming of information right before you're going to go to work was probably the hardest. And then just afterwards, I worked with Melanie that night, and I remember doing a call in Wallace, which is just a little village outside of Pugwash, in between Pugwash and Tata. And it was just like my senses were heightened, and was really looking around corners and knowing my surroundings. And I noticed myself doing that now more often than I used to. So after calls like that, it's just now that I take more time on seeing what my situation and my security of the scene is, and anything that I see that's suspicious or out of the ordinary, I note no more. So even just walking around, in without not working, just in town, so that's probably the hardest thing, just knowing, on alert almost all the
Being
time.
alert.
Yep.
Yeah. And when you're training to be a paramedic, do they teach you some things to think about to keep yourself safe?
They always tell you in school for scenarios, is seen safe, and it's just like you just voice it. It's not like they don't teach you like what to look for, or how to look, or how to approach a scene, or how driving to the call, what you should be thinking of. So I think that kind of stuff is very limited in school. They they put in your head that you need to know that you're safe, but it's basically like, does your patient have a knife? You know what I mean? Or
Right.
is there a family member that's angry? Or is there something going to fall on you, or you going to fall into something? Or, you go to a car accident. Is it on fire? You know what I mean? Like, so not that anything like this.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Oh, sure. Could you share with us what were among the hardest parts for you during your involvement with the mass casualty?
So obviously, the first call that we did, when we showed up to the mouth of Portapique Beach Road, the officer that was on duty, excuse me, and put the person in the back of our ambulance, so let me grab composure, was a very close friend. So as time was going, on that evening, obviously a lot of concern for her and her safety. So that has changed our friendship considerably. The other part is the kids. That's probably the most difficult part, to be honest. They were very frank with what they saw. They didn't, I think, really understand what had happened yet. It was like it wasn't really real at that point. Like Jeff and I were just in the truck, and at the time COVID was fresh, so we were, new at wearing masks, and I'm sure I mouthed under my mask like, what the heck, so many times. But the kids like explained in detail from minute to minute what had happened and how they had gotten from one home to the other, and what had taken place, and the things that they had seen, and how their house was on fire, and the things that were shot, and people that were laying on the ground outside of their home. And it was an information overload initially, but I maintained it, like I kept it together for that obviously day. I didn't realize how much it was going to affect me at the time. But definitely, like, it was nothing that any child should ever see or hear or experience. And I have a harder time, I think, with it now than I did then, just as information comes out more and more. So yeah, that's probably been the most difficult. At the staging area where we had picked the kids up, when we decided to split them up and put them in separate ambulances, I just remember this poor lady who had come to volunteer. She had no idea what was going on. And I remember opening the back of the ambulance, and she had asked earlier, is there anything that we can do? And I was trying to like scoot the kids in as fast as I could, and was saying, no, it's all, it's good. I'll let you know if there's anything. And we opened the back doors, and the kids were like, our parents are all dead. And I remember seeing her face just drop. And I was like, this poor woman, like, to find out this is how her friends have come to their demise. Like, it was pretty surreal. So yeah, those kind of things are very haunting. But yeah, that particular part of that call was hard.
Okay, thanks. Jeff?
I think it's pretty all the same. I wasn't face to face as much as Melanie was with the kids, but I sat in the front for the most part. And like she said, it's nothing you want to hear young kids say or see or experience, right? And like she said, they were frank. There's nothing that they hid. Everything that they saw, heard, witnessed, they voiced. And it's like she said, it's like they were in shock. They really didn't know what happened. Their voices were calm. It was just surreal, really. And as having kids of my own, it's not something you empathize for those kids for sure, right? And the families and all. And another thing outside the ambulance, I remember a family member had been notified that something had happened, whatever, and they didn't know the extent of it though. And the officer had brought the kids in to us at the staging area. Spoke to her, and she's like, what happened? She's like, are they dead? She's like, yeah, the parents are all dead, right? So it's the stuff that just doesn't go away. Does it affect me every day? No, but I don't know, some days it might, right? So it's just something that's always there, and it's hard to get rid of for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Bruce, I know your experience was much different.
Sure.
You were there on Sunday.
Was said, when the day was over, we all left and, left work, and I kind of went off any kind of news or social media that night. I went home, and it was my first day shift, so usually I'm not up too late. And then, I didn't really know much of what had happened still. And again, same as, with these guys, that not until like 12 hours later when I go back to work and, I'm reading the news in the morning before I go in, I'm like, wow, okay, this is, we had no idea this was occurring, during our shift. Even, when it was over, we had no idea that this had happened. And, not knowing, I think, is on our end, our job is to get information from the callers and then pass it on to the responders, the paramedics, whomever, so they know what they're dealing with. And we were, not giving them, very, very little. We didn't know anything. So we're giving them everything that we knew, which looking back wasn't, a whole lot. And, fortunately they, have the knowledge and skills to be able to size things up quickly when they're at these locations. That was the hardest part, is not, being able to, do more for them in these events. Same with the callers. One of our primary, as a emergency dispatcher, is the safety of the caller. That's our paramount goal, is the caller is safe. And, if they're not safe, our directives are leave the scene, go somewhere safe, and that's it. So in these cases, we wished we could have done, I wished I could have done more for the people that had contacted us, but the scene not being safe or secured for these people who are in the midst of it, you need to leave now. And, you kind of wish you could do more, but that, you may suddenly have more casualties because you didn't have them leave the scene as quickly as possible. So that's a struggle, but that it's the right thing to do. But at the time, it's still hard to follow what you have to do.
Yeah. I think can we take a short break?
Yeah, thank you. It's appropriate right now. We'll take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
Okay.
The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
Yeah, I have one over here. Heavier than it looks.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you. Okay, so we just took a little break there, and as is the usual custom with these, we went through that question one time of what was the hardest part. And I'd just like to, before we move on to our next question, give you an opportunity to follow up on that. So was there anything that you wanted to add or anything that you heard that you'd like to then sort of comment or build on?
I'm
Jesse?
still good. I'm good.
You're still good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know we were discussing it and I don't think that's working.
That's better.
Is it? Okay. And afterwards, like watching the media unfold and getting more information from that than we were the actual evening during the course of the events, that it seemed like we were quickly realizing that we had put ourselves into an unsafe position and that we had no idea how bad it was. In regards to where we staged in the Portapique area, we had our first patient in the back of the ambulance for a considerable amount of time. And the next day, or days after, because obviously Jeff and I worked together for quite some time after that, we would discuss the fact that we sat across from that field and did that person exit while we were in the back, or did, cop cars were going by as we were staged. So we felt like we really were put in an unsafe spot at that point in time. And then the other thing that kind of hits home is hearing all the negative comments in media in regards to how certain things played out. And, although I feel like there's definitely things that could have improved, especially within our own organization, to not be there and have such a strong, opinion on some, for people that had no, any kind of tie to it. It was like, I felt really like the RCMP, have our back a lot. And I don't want to paint the picture of that was not the case, or that isn't the case, because we have such a close tie and we rely on them so heavy. But that's a little bit hard sometimes also to kind of deal with.
Yeah, I think just to elaborate on the RCMP part, I think, like I said, we always want to help them. They always want to help us. That's how we work. And I think just that point, they were just worried. They were just trying to help those people that they could at that point, and they just wanted to get those people out and safe as quickly as possible. But at the same time, I think we were put in a position of danger, which we shouldn't have never been put in, because we have nothing. We have no bulletproof vests. We have no weapons, right? We have nothing. So, but like I said, that was a circumstance that nobody could have ever been prepared for, I don't think. They did their best. Like they were running around, even at the staging area. You know what? They were trying to get information, get details. There's so much going on, right? They did their all. Like, yeah. So
I guess the same part of the communication when, that morning around 8:30 when the RCMP called our dispatch center to say, police car, someone in a police uniform was doing this, our supervisor group knew. And then I took a call from RCMP about, a few minutes later where they said, we just called and talked to your supervisor. Tell him he can't tell anybody what we just told him. And they made it very clear that they could not share that with us. And then so I told the supervisor and I said, so what can't we know? And they're like, we can't tell you. And this was about we're, still hours away from knowing that this was what was kind of transpired. So after the fact, our staff felt very, who can we trust? To share these things, because we're professionals. We want to keep our crew safe, and we can't do that properly if we don't know what's happening out there.
Okay. So the next question is, what is something that might be hard for people who weren't there to understand about your experience?
I think the hardest thing that general public has that have a hard time to understand is just like the lack of communication between that we don't get. These phone calls come in and very little. People are distraught as it is making these phone calls, and they're given whatever is coming to their mind. And a lot of times we go to calls and it's completely different than what we're dispatched to. So that's very hard, especially back then. Well, it was the first of COVID was happening.
Mm-hmm.
So the PPE and all the procedures were quite new to us. And, we're wearing bright yellow gowns and respirators and goggles that fog up. And like we haven't done, the time to prep like all of our gear like we do now, that we've worked out the kinks in certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And so being on a scene like that, looking like minions basically. So we do stand out, and things are a lot harder to see, and you don't get to see your full vision when you're out there with your goggles and masks on. You're really muffled, and you really got to talk really loud and clear. And so sometimes things like that gets lost in communication, even with you're talking to face to face. So and that's been that's been a issue the last 2 years, so it's not new. Just unknown. It's really easy to look back from the general public and say, like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Knowing this, why'd you do that? Well, you weren't there and you didn't get the information. You're looking at the information, all of it, and we're looking at the very little bits of it, and we can only do what we can do with the information we know. And sometimes we don't have even hours to think of what we're going to do. It's seconds. And sometimes we make good decisions, sometimes not so great decisions, but your experience and training hopefully makes that decision to the best outcome of the situation.
Yeah. Thanks.
Just for the general public, it's just like it's, you go to the supermarket afterwards, or you go to, you know, a friend's house, or you're picking your kids up, or whatever, like the scenario is, you're somewheres, and because it's in the media so much and everybody's talking about it, you're just kind of standing there listening to people kind of discuss their opinions, and you know, this should have been done, or that should have been done, or did you hear this, or did you hear that? Unless you are actually there, I don't think that you can grasp the magnitude or how the experience is even going to affect people. So for me, it's I've been in a lot of tongue biting, shall you say, in regards to that, because they just don't understand, and I don't expect them to, nor would I ever ask anyone, you know, to go through that experience in any way, shape, or form. But to just take all of the information, like Jesse said, and be able to look back, and for us, like, not knowing anything at that point in time, it was incredibly difficult.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, so what would it be hard for people to understand about your experience who weren't there?
I mean, first off, I think it's just getting those calls, right? Like, we're always thinking ahead. We're never thinking beyond. We're always thinking 10 steps ahead to figure out what's going on. And you get this call of a gunshot wound, multiple patients. So we kind of get the idea, okay, we might be going to a mass casualty incident, right? So how many victims, we look on our maps, how many other ambulances are available close to us or whatnot, right? How are our hospitals, how just the regular call volume that night. We usually have a good grasp on if Colchester, the Truro Hospital, is on offload delay, meaning there's trucks stuck there that they can't get their stretchers off or whatever. So knowing, like, where can we get our patients possibly? So it's a lot of thought process. Like I said, you're always looking ahead to what's the next step. So that can be mind blowing too. But even like when we were sitting at the staging area, we're just watching these flames go up, and we're just thinking of waiting, and at the same time we forgot kind of about our safety, right? So it's hard to, and at the end of the day, our safety, like, dispatch does their best job to keep us safe. And same thing with our CMP. At the end of the day, it's our own discretion. So we did discretion to not stage across Montrose Road, but at the end of the day, looking back, we were still staged too close. And that was our discretion, right? That was on nobody else. That was us. So I think it's opened up our eyes, like Jesse said, to really, I mean, I've always been like, it's my safety first, my partners, the publics, and then the patients. That's how I've been taught in school, and that's how I go with it. But it still, I think, made us realize to even pay more attention to that stuff. So. And it's easily done, right? Like, we were put, like I said, it just happened that we want to help. That's what we're trained to do. We just want to help, and when we're asked to go, we go. And now I think we're a little bit more skeptical. Not skeptical, but just cautious on that, right? Like, a lot more times, even local calls in town, like if there's any indication that a patient might be violent or potentially has a weapon or something, we'll just say, no, we're staging. We're staying at our base or whatever, and we never get, it's fine, right? The dispatch is always okay with it, right? It's not left to mostly our discretion, which is nice. So.
Bruce?
I mean, yeah, a lot of the, same but different. We're making decisions on calls about, safety and what to do, what not to do. We have, you have seconds to make those decisions in our end. These calls we received in this event were less than 2 minutes at the most in duration for both. And, I remember I took the first one, and, then I'm on, a fall complaint in Sydney, and then a back pain somewhere else, and a chest pain. So about 20 minutes later, I kind of can go back to the first one that I took and went, okay, so I'll think about that. You don't have time to digest or to even make sense of what you did or didn't do. And then the next one happens. So if there's no time to catch up, you're simply, using your training to rely on these, the volume of calls coming in to, and majority are not even remotely related to it. But you still need to make these, split-second decisions on what to do, what to choose for this complaint, what to tell the person, what not to tell them, and it's very structured. But nonetheless, you still, your expectation is, the phones are still ringing. This event is happening, but people are still needing services, and you need to, now, put that one behind you and go on to the next complaint and so on. So, the center itself is, the noises, and it's a constant noises and bells and alarms, and it's challenging in a lot of ways if you're trying to focus and do things to maintain your your composure, but they're good at it.
Thanks. It's helpful. It's all those little details, about sounds or, those little things that it is the PPE. It's hard. As an average person, I would never think of those things, that would impact your experience. And for sure it does. So thank you for sharing that. I'd like to shift the conversation a little bit now and to talk a little bit about what might have helped in this situation. Is there anything, and we're really still focused on the mass casualty time itself, was there anything that could have been provided that would have helped?
Information. Oh, it's always information. A lot of, like, I don't think there's ever a situation that you can't have too much information. I do find working with other agencies, it's always difficult getting the information across. Either they're not relaying it properly or it's stopping somewhere. But there's been multiple incidents a lot of times, like when multiple agencies are, involved. No one really knows who's in charge or where's the information is going to, or who is taking the information. And then once they have it, what are they going to do with it? And so that, and another thing would be resources, more quickly. Like we were going there by ourselves at first, and we knew that we could have others come, but I think having those things automatic, coming to those kind of situations, like, yes, our information probably didn't have, or our comm centers didn't have enough information to make those kind of decisions on their own. But I think on the certain types of calls, a plan of having resources and multiple trucks available and multiple, having a designated staging area where it should be and who should be there and how it's going to be set up is more, it should be a more focus. And when maybe like instead of like us on the ground trying to figure things out like that, or telling them they want an update, I think if they take those certain calls, like with a violent patient or a gunshot, or even just we're pretty good with multiple vehicle accidents. That's usually pretty good, but maybe we should work it more like multiple vehicle accidents and how things get rolled automatically, and taken more seriously in the matter. You can always stand things down, but at least you get things going, on it right at the get-go. I'm sure Life Flight or the ERT team, or or any kind of resource out there, EHS, fire, or RCMP, police, they don't mind. I know, speaking on my behalf, we don't mind going or getting the call to go and to be stood down halfway there. At least we're on the way, and having that is it would be very crucial.
Like having a plan.
Oh yeah, having a good plan and having the resources laid out that dispatch will take a call for, and it was just automatic, like, oh, it's a gunshot. Well, this and this is going.
Right.
And
earlier in your answer, you mentioned that when you're in a multi-agency response, it's not necessarily clear who's in charge or who's documenting what. Do you ever get opportunities to interact with agencies in like a non-emergency type situation? So
like in a training situation?
Maybe training?
Not for EHS per se, but for fire, we deal with other fire departments, basically.
Sure.
But I think that the multiple agency mass, casualty type of things aren't readily available for training around. And I don't, those would help a lot. If you're used to working with your local police, your local fire all the time, and, like, hey, we're going to go to this channel, we're going to talk to here, this is who you're talking to, blah, blah, blah. It makes things a lot easier and makes things a lot smoother.
Yeah, would have helped.
Mhm.
Melanie?
Communication being the big thing. Obviously that night it was very little, and the way we do things now I think is a bit different. It's like Jesse kind of said, we get the call notes now and it's like, okay, well, if this isn't as clear as I think that it should be in order for me to feel safe to go in, I'm just going to be like, no, I need more information. What's the scenario here? Can we call for police if it's, a questionable event? But training is a big thing because we've never dealt with anything like this before. And we still haven't had any training on anything to do with that. We don't really have, to my knowledge, any kind of active shooter training that, we just did some kind of a mass casualty training on our recertification, but it was more to do with, if you were at an event like a concert or something along that lines where, some people could get up and walk out and other people had to be taken out. It wasn't that. This was a moving event, so it was completely different. I don't feel like that training even touches on the requirements that we would have needed for that night. Still equally as good to have, but just it's not meeting that need. So should something happen again, we're still not trained for it. We don't have the protection, obviously. Even just speaking with people who, work in the field of like Brinks security, that kind of thing, they have Kevlar, they have the protection. We're getting police to pat down patients before we take them to make sure they don't have a knife or a gun or whatever, right? So a little added protection would be nice, and not kind of added protection that you would be able to access through assistance with the company, because right now we're told if we want something like that, we're kind of on our own as far as purchasing the equipment. So, it's pricey, and it would be something I think that a lot of us, especially city medics, would have. But yeah, the big thing being training. That I don't feel like we've done really anything different from that scenario. COVID has changed things as well. And what I'm noticing, obviously, with the increase in call volume and the decrease of bodies on the ground that we have available at this point in time, just because of the nature of healthcare, we're showing up more and more often later in response times than what we're used to, because we are traveling such distances. And when we get there, family members by this point in time are angry, mad, on borderline violent. And so then, of course, it becomes, you have to step back and involve the police again. So it's just a change maybe in the way things are time-wise and the lack of resources. But definitely the way we approach scenes now is completely different. So more help will be nice.
And like the way you approach scenes is completely different. The way you approach it as an individual is completely different.
Absolutely.
Not necessarily that policies have changed.
Yeah, when I say we, I mean us.
Oh, the four of you. Yeah. Jeff?
I think I have nothing to add really on communication and what Melody was saying as well, but resources for sure. And I think if we would have a medical ERT team, I think there would be a lot of medics that would probably be interested. Yes, this was the first event, but there's probably other events around that we don't hear about that are a little bit smaller in nature, but could use those same resources. And I know for sure there's a lot of paramedics in the province that would probably be interested in something like that. So maybe a little bit of training. We have a special operations team that does some stuff. I don't think they do anything like that I know of. They might, and maybe that's in the process. I'm not sure. But for something like that, even like I know for bulletproof vests or whatnot, you kind of have to be fitted for it to be better for you. But even though there's some available, right? Like on the watch commander unit or whatever, there was nothing there, right? So to try to protect us even a little bit, that little extra in those circumstances. So yeah, so those resources of, I think a medical team would be It'd be nice to, and then whether we like it or not, this was one incident, and it's probably going to happen again. It's just when. So, and this is what we're here for, is to make it better for next time. So.
Right. Bruce?
I mean, a lot of the same things,
Yeah.
information sharing, getting the resources. I mean, there are resources, but there's minimal at night for these events. There's it's called an EPSO. It's a specialty ambulance crew who are, I guess, additional training for rescues and standbys and stages and whatnot. No, I don't know if they were sent up the night, but I'm not quite sure they weren't now, or the next day for that matter. And that's kind of their extra training, liaising with police and fire and so on to, help with these, special events of that nature. Again, I don't know if they have any kind of, wearing bulletproof vests on their trucks. I have no idea, but they, have extra training in that capacity of these events, but they weren't sent that night. It's a regular ambulance, so it could be doing regular calls until it gets directed to one of these, but if they're tied up, they're tied up.
What was it called? I missed
It's called EPSO, Emergency Preparedness, and I'll forget the initials, I'm sorry. It's EPSO, yeah.
Okay.
Right now, but they're available. There's one in the city and there's one in Sydney at night, and then daytimes New Glasgow and Yarmouth. But after 8 o'clock at night, they're just one in Halifax and Sydney.
Okay. I'm going to leave the topic of during the mass casualty unless anyone has anything they want to add. Okay, so we're going to shift a little bit and talk about after the mass casualty. So can you tell us a little about your experience and that of your team in the days and weeks after the mass casualty? What was it like for you and how were you supported?
So the next night shift, when my partner showed up and I was gathering all that info, she got a phone call from our supervisor, and because of other half-staff trucks, they were going to put her on a support unit by herself. At that time for COVID, it was basically you take COVID screening calls. So every time you had a possible COVID patient, you would call her and have to go through a checklist and make sure everything was done. So she said that she wasn't comfortable going by herself, which understandably. And the supervisor at the time basically said, well, that's what we have, or you can go home. And so she went home, and I stayed. And that's why Melanie and I worked that night, because Jeff also took the night off. And Melanie met me in Pugwash, and we worked the night together. So, you hear other agencies and people saying, like, right after it was done, like, they put them right off work, make sure they're okay. Like, for us, it was like, oh, you're right back at it the next night, too bad, so sad, basically. And it was probably a few days after we got like a call from our peer and support team, which is other medics that call us and ask us how we're doing and if we need anything. But like, they are our peers, and sometimes we don't want to burden others with our problems, and it does put more trauma on those individuals. And usually those individuals already have, a past of medical or mental health, and they've had some traumatic incidents in there. That's kind of what guides them that way. And you never know what you might say that would trigger something. So usually for myself, and I know my partner also, it was always like, no, I'm good. We'll find our own, we'll do our own. And yeah, so then it was a few weeks later, we had basically a debriefing with peer and support, but because of COVID, we're only allowed 4 people in a room at a time, and there was no choice of who you're with. So we got stuck with a crew from Antigonish that was on the next day. So we had no idea what they were involved with or what they didn't know what we were involved with. So it would have been nice to have a nice big open room, like an actual debriefing with, fire, police, and all EHS that was involved. I think it would have helped out a few. There's a few that was struggling a lot and still not back to work and probably never will. So, because if they get that out and talk about it, they would, know different sides of the story and have, seen different sides of it and may have been able to cope better. It's hard to say. I think Melanie touched on a bit about, yes, we had a mass casualty scenario in our last in-service, which it was I think for mine it was like a bus accident. So, but those, you're going in there and they basically just want you to do like the start triage system and, deciding what the patient's their needs are and how critical they are and what kind of resources you need. So it's never like this situation where it was so spread out and so dangerous, really. And we're going in there with our scenario like everything's okay. Like we're just walking on the side of the road and we're looking at these patients and this one can breathe, this one can't, and okay, you can walk, so forth. So, and it's basically with some Lego figures on a table. So it definitely would be nice to have some real experience with other agencies, like I mentioned earlier. So I think that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mel, what was your experience like after the mass casualty?
Can you just repeat the initial?
Yeah. So can you tell us a little bit about your experience in the days and weeks after the mass casualty? What was it like for you and your teammates? And how were you supported?
So the next morning, still the same morning, I guess, after going home, not realizing that it was still an ongoing event and living in that area, other medics knew that's where I resided. So my phone was ringing off the hook as I was trying to get in sleep just to make sure that I had gotten home safe, because obviously there were more shootings in that area. So there was that kind of factor of realizing afterwards that I had gone home and had no idea there was any potential danger there. And then afterwards, like both Jesse and Jeff had said, we were kind of set up to go do a debrief with peer and family support. And while I appreciate very much what they do, because it is our brother medics, basically, they're only minimally trained. And I feel like this type of event required a little more aggressive action, maybe, for lack of a better description, on mental health than that. It was just the one debrief, and when you kind of go over CISM and how that's supposed to play out, it's within a certain time frame you do this, and with a certain time frame you have a second follow-up. There was more that should have been done, and that wasn't the case. So again, with COVID, we were all separated, placed in different rooms. We weren't with the people that were on scene with us that night. So you felt like you were giving your story to people all over again who weren't directly involved, and it just wasn't as effective as it could be. And it felt very much like once that was done, we were good to go. Like that was, we debriefed and it's all good. But it wasn't a debrief on anything to do with the mechanics of the operation that evening in regards to what went well, what didn't go well, how did you feel this could be better. As a medic on the ground, there was no discussion with that. So unfortunately, like I say, I didn't understand how it was going to affect me, and you don't know if it's going to affect you or not. So that being said, Jeff and I are very close as friends. The next night I decided that I would go to work because I thought he was coming and I didn't want to leave him there by himself. He called in and I debated calling in, but then they explained Jesse was half-staffed and I thought, perfect, if I can, at least I'll be with him and he's already been there so we can just kind of decompress a little bit in between calls together. And that's more or less what we did. We spent the whole evening kind of talking to each other, talking through the events. But after that, it was, there was no offer of time off. There was no mention. It was just expected. I had no idea that other groups like the RCMP or whatnot were even taking time off, or that was an option, I guess, at that point. As far as time progressed and the Mass Casualty Commission, we're putting information out there about, witnesses and people who took part in the program or that night, and that they wanted people to come and discuss their experiences. I had a close friend contact me and say, she was involved, unfortunately, in that evening. And the gentleman showed up to her house. They were safe, luckily. But she had said, I know you were there. It's Nova Scotia, it's small, everybody talks. But have you been contacted by anybody by the commission yet? And I explained I had not. So at that point, she gave me a phone number. And I apologize, I can't remember the lady's name that I contacted. But I gave her a call. I hummed and hawed about it for a little while because, talking about it is difficult. But I gave her a call and she explained that they were gathering information, obviously, for this event, and took my number. And at that point in time, I was kind of stunned because she explained to me that EHS had a committee that were responsible for basically giving information to the commission. And she had asked me if I had been contacted by the committee. And at that point, I'd received zero contact from our company in regards to anything, any questions about what had taken place that night. So I explained to her no, and she was kind of surprised that I wasn't even aware that a committee existed. So still to this day, we've never, other than, when Mark Walker, who's kind of facilitating us to be here and taking care of us that way, which I greatly appreciate, doesn't pertain to the whole what happened, what could be better, how did we do, what training would you like to see, what are some things that we may have missed, things that I think are really important in order to grow from the whole situation, still hasn't been addressed. So we're hoping by being here today and kind of discussing our experiences that, this can be thought about a little bit more. So.
Yeah. Thank you. Jeff?
Yeah, so that morning I got home and I remember I went to bed and my wife, I told her what happened, like I usually do. I got in bed and she's like, I've never seen you like this. So I just went to sleep thinking it was a isolated event. And then waking up to, 19, 20 people dead. And I think it was all the unknowns, right? We just didn't know. That could have been us, right? We had no clue. So I think, like I said, that night we were fine. We were ready to go back in, right? We were okay. We were ready to do whatever we had to do that night, but we thought it was just going to be an isolated event. And when I realized he was mobile and whatnot, it kind of really hit me hard. So I called peer support and I activated myself. I said I'm calling because I'm crying and I really don't know why. So, and I figured they would have been notified to call us. I think you guys got a call later that day. Melanie did.
Okay. I have a friend that she's a medic and we discuss everything like together anyways if we're having a bad day. And I just picked up the phone and called her on my way home. And then lo and behold, she was the person assigned to my peer and family support. So it just worked out that way. But
yeah. So anyway, so I remember, so the guy, I don't know who it was, but he answered the phone and he said, basically this is what he told me. He's like, well, I'm not supposed to take the line because it's supposed to be transferred, but I guess I'll take your call anyway. So just then and there, I didn't feel very supportive right off the bat. So anyway, I told him what was going on and what happened, and he said, okay. So we hung up and I never had any follow-up call until probably about a month or so after, when they called us to just ask if we wanted to take part into the debrief, which we gladly all accepted. But like Jesse said, we were paired up with a crew that they worked that night shift, which was good, but they were in a totally separate. They were at the aftermath after we had transported all the kids and all. So it would have been nice to even been put with the crew, that the Antigonish crew, even that, because they were there on scene with us the whole time, right? So they were actually the true guns. So I find that wasn't really organized very well. So it's like Melanie said, it sounds like we were telling a story to somebody else who had no idea what happened, and that's basically what it was with that crew. They didn't know our part, we didn't know their part, right? So it would have been good to be able to kind of go with those people. So up until, thanks to Melanie, because if not for Melanie talking to her friend, I don't think we would have ever been part of this commission. So it was great that happened. And as for support, we probably got a broad email from the CEO just saying, hey, this is Portapic, which we always do. If anybody needs peer support, it's number, contact, whatever, right? But and we never got a personal text, email. I don't want to text anything. I want a phone call, right? I want a phone call and say, hey, how you doing? And one of our past operations guy, I had just gone in an accident. We were driving in wintertime. We had a patient on board, and a piece of ice came off the back tailgate of a car and hit us like a sheet of plywood to shatter the whole window. So we pulled the ambulance over. Everything was safe. So anyway, a few nights later, I'm just walking to the Superstore and my phone rings, and he's like, Jeff. I was like, yeah. He's like, I just want to thank you. Feel safe in that incident, right? So I was like, yeah, no problem, right? He felt appreciated. I feel this time we never got that, right? So I feel I think that was hard on all of us, right? We just felt like it was another thing. I mean, you're talking about the biggest mass casualty in a shooter incident history, right? It's not just a regular call, right? I mean, it's affected 2 careers. We've lost 2 medics, right, from it. So, and again, so going back to the night, so our direct supervisor, which was actually provincial duty that night, he was the one that was at the hospital. So he was great at first, right? He asked us what we wanted. We said, whatever. You want to get us what we wanted? He said, anything else? I'm like, no. So he left, fine. But we never heard back from him. He never reached out to us. And he knew who he was personally, right? He was our direct supervisor. He's not like he was a guy from Cape Breton that came up that had no idea who we were, right? He was our working supervisor. So again, I feel like we weren't very supported. And I think he had some issues with it too, which was fine, right? And I reached out to him. I said, listen, I hear you had some issues, so whatever. But at the end of the day, where was the support? Where was the support? Where was the care, right? I just felt there was a lot of, I feel like we were left on our own. And I mean, I think I'm okay, right? I'm okay now. But I shed a few tears just a second ago. So how okay am I? I really don't know. Right. Like I said, I called in sick that night. I called in sick to go to work because I wasn't going to work that day. But why all of us, none of us should have been going back to work that night. Right. So I feel a lot of it was left to us to decide what we wanted to do and deal with it. So the initial steps were done, right? They called, activated, but there was never really much. Like in 2 years, I contacted them once here, and they contacted us twice. And it's just prior to this event. There's no random call. It's just prior to this and prior to the first circle we did and prior to today. So.
One thing you guys have mentioned that isn't clear in my mind, so maybe just to make it a little clearer, you were invited to a debrief, you said in Truro, like a month later?
Yeah, about a month later or so, yeah.
And you said CISM? Is that what is that? Is that a different time?
Critical incident stress management. It's like
go ahead.
It's a course you can take, but there's like a set protocol of how you follow things and how that there's supposed to be like a designated team that basically you know, at a certain point, and I can't quote the exact timeframes because I haven't had the training, but, you know, you do this kind of debrief, and then you allow some time to pass, and then you do a second debrief, and then there's follow-ups to that you make sure that all those steps are being done so no one falls through the cracks, basically.
And so is that with the peer supporters?
No, it's
No.
its own entity. I've activated System for Fire for my members. So it's a different program that are specially trained in this kind of situation. They're third party. They don't know any of us personally. What I've dealt with them, they're really good. They've kept, you know, in contact and, you know, made sure my individuals were taken care of. So, but it's not through EHS.
Okay,
Yeah,
separate thing.
it's separate.
And Melanie, you were
Yeah,
going to say something?
Just to reiterate on the whole peer and family support, so people understand those are volunteers, the medics that are doing that. They're not being paid, to my knowledge, for that. Okay. And the training that they receive is minimal. And it has it's all supposed to be confidential, and which it is, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the mechanics of, you know, the actual debriefing as a company or as an organization so that you can do a better job. So it is part of the mental health process, but again, it's a volunteer basis, and there was really no follow-up after that. So they're not trained psychologists or, you know, that kind of thing. They're doing the best they can, which we totally appreciate. You know, they're our friends, our colleagues, but probably not trained for this magnitude of an event as well.
Right. I take it to you, Bruce.
Yes, okay. I mean, the day of, you know, we were expected to keep on working. We couldn't leave the building. It was locked down. We couldn't go get fresh air. It was, you know, go for a break, but you still have to stay here. Later on in the afternoon, there was I think a peer team was upstairs on the next floor up. That if we wanted to go upstairs to talk to some people, just to kind of have a conversation, we were discouraged from going by one of our floor persons in charge that we're short-staffed. If you guys leave, we're going to be more short. We'll have to work harder. Can you go later? Can you know, follow up with them later? Like we're just busy. Can you not go to this debriefing right now? And I think one person of the staff went up because everyone else just felt bad, you know, that we're going to now make our colleagues work harder on a really bad day because, you know, we need to go upstairs to talk to somebody. So I think maybe one or two might have gone up. Everyone else just, you know, kept working until they went home that day. There was these small person debriefings that happened as well. I went to one a few weeks later, probably. There was myself and 3 supervisors who were in my group. So I really didn't, you know, want to complain and, you know, and I wasn't there to point fingers or blame people, but I wasn't really feel comfortable, you know, just complaining about all the things that I would wanted to talk about when I'm sitting there with, you know, 3 supervisors who were, you know, on duty the same day. It's random assignments of people at these groups, I presume, but I just kind of, you know, sat there and nodded and drank a coffee, and then we all went home. We had a larger one a few weeks later, a phone call, probably 15 plus people who were there the day shift and the night shift, the 18th and 19th, attended. People were upset. They wanted to talk. They wanted to share their feelings and, you know, operationally say what they thought went well and didn't. Whenever somebody talked to kind of give suggestions and criticize the process, they were pretty much shut down and said, well, that's, you know, the people running the debriefing were more trying to justify their actions and inactions to us versus actually hearing what we wanted to say to make things, to give our input of how we thought things might have gone better or improved or for future times and so on. You know, you could hear the clicks of people just disconnecting from the call because they were just being shut down and didn't want to and weren't heard. So I think I stayed close to the end. There's maybe 5 of us left, 6 of us left from the original group, you know, to talk. And some people actually brought people to the conference call to talk for them because they knew if they started, it would, you know, it may not be pretty. So they, you know, gave somebody notes to speak on their behalf. And, you know, again, they were more trying to give explanations to us than wanting to hear what we, as the people who did it, who ran the event, you know, had to say about it. And that was kind of, at that point, people kind of said, we'll do it. We'll talk to our peers. We'll talk to our, to our actual people we work with to make sure we're all, healthy. And we lost people too, who, that was it. Their careers are done now. They said that was, I'm good. I'm going to go do something else. And, would they have been here if they had more people to talk to? I don't know. But that option would have been nice to do it. I mean, the peer group, good meaning, great people, but, sometimes you need to have, clinical psychologists upstairs to talk to you for an hour. If you don't want to go talk to them, great. If you don't, that's fine too, but just go upstairs and talk for a bit and see how you're doing. And, that might help you, or you don't know until you try it. And we didn't really have that option that I was aware of that, but I mean, we can make phone calls and I can chase down and call the AP and try to get a referral to go see a psychologist. But, now there's more work for me to try to do that. And sometimes you want a bit, as was said, a bit, have somebody call you and just say, how you doing? Who can give you some real help sometimes, or different help.
Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to follow up on this question before we move on? I feel like we heard some.
Yeah. Just one thing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Jump to the end. Okay, turn it up. That we talked about the MCI training that you guys did on the bus accident, whatever it was, at the one. Our comm staff, communication staff, have asked. Or it was even pre this event, probably by a year, if not two, prior to Porta Pic, and even afterwards, we were told about getting active shooter training at our dispatch center, where our staff would be trained how to manage a call where there was an active shooter involved. And didn't happen. Porta Pic happened. Didn't happen. I mean, COVID was there, I get it, but I mean, it's virtual. You can do things online. It's not, the training, I know I've been involved with it before. It's geared towards a small event, or in a small area, like a school, a church, a business, not, X hundred, kilometers of territory. But the principles still would have, people still want to know, I got the 2 phone calls, and someone else did it. They're like, I don't know what, how I would have handled them, what I would have said or not said. And because you just don't know. So you've had that education.
Mm-hmm.
Still waiting.
And so I heard you right that it still hasn't happened?
Still has happened yet, no.
Okay. So I feel like the way we've modeled these circles is that I ask the same questions with respect that we did about the mass casualty. We ask about the after part. From your answers, it feels like it's all a little bit, we're touching on some of the things at the, in the same answer. So I guess I just want to check in on if there's something more or different you'd want to add. When I pose the question, what's been the hardest part for you since the mass casualty?
The unknown. Yeah. Everything's, you're, just always on alert, and yeah, you never know when it's going to happen again.
Changes how you see everyday life.
Yeah.
Same thing, like how we approach calls is completely different now. I know Jeff has kind of gone through a few places, like if you go to this, because I'm with a different partner now, if you go to this apartment, you do not go into that apartment unless you call for police first, and kind of given me a list of places not to go. But definitely it's changed, the way that you look at the scene in general, the way that you read the notes as it's dispatched, the questions that you ask the dispatcher, like you don't know what to expect. You never knew what to expect before, but you're less trusting of what's behind you as far as backup goes, as far as, if you do have a really bad call, it still seems like there's that disconnect between getting the actual help possibly that you need and just going with a volunteer group of the peer and family support. So, recently I had another event, not anywhere as close to this, but again, it did require for me to take a day or two off. And same thing, like when I called in and said, I'm having a hard time, it was like, the field is of, you did get into this business, and yes, this is what you signed up for, but not everything you've signed up for. So, a little more compassion sometimes from the people who are trying to manage, which I understand they have the right to manage and they have a lot going on, but I feel like there's a bit of a disconnect there sometimes with their human element of their employees, of knowing kind of where you're at or how you've been. You know, it could be a little bit better, but.
Okay.
I think for me, it's just again like support. Like I've reached out to my supervisor every time we do performance appraisals thirdly, I think 3 times a year or whatever. And every time I'm just like, where's the support? Where's the support? And I don't feel there's any changes with that or changes to some stuff we brought up earlier today, right? It feels like we've spoken to, well, what we thought were our higher uppers, and nothing's been brought to us anyway that we know of, right? Lately, it's been better lately. There's a few little things or policies they've kind of tried to change to make us get off on time and those things like that. So we feel a little bit more appreciated. It's coming. Some stuff is coming, but there's still, like I said, this one just required. Peer's great. I mean, nothing to say bad about Peer, but like we just need those specialty people, I think, for this kind of incidents.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, training, when it happens again, not if, but when, will we make the same mistakes? From my perspective, I haven't seen a lot of policy or directives or new equipment or new, nothing's really, we may know more, but what happened, but, if it happened again tomorrow, I don't see what would be different, from our perspective, from the field perspective, unless things are happening behind the scenes that we are completely unaware of. It could easily happen again. And, that, yeah, we are, the people I work with in the field as well, I'm not speaking for them, they don't need that to happen again, at least, or if they do, that there's a process that they could follow, that they know there's, something that's going to happen that's going to make it, that's going to be as best as they can in a bad situation. And we haven't seen that yet.
So has that been the hardest part for you since the mass casualty?
I think so. Just, waiting, okay, it's going to next, oh, soon, no, it hasn't happened yet. And okay, hopefully soon, maybe this one, no, still hasn't happened yet. And more training, no, not yet. Are we going to have something somewhere to, help us when it happens again, that we could have some, even a working group of people who can, from the responder level, who could, try to design a process or something for it. Maybe it's happening, but we, from our level, we're no more prepared today than we were, going on 2.5 years ago.
Yeah. Okay. Anything to follow up on? My thought is the next formal question in the round is to ask what do you wish you'd had? What would have helped? I do feel like we've heard several things from you on this point. Are there any other things that would have helped that we haven't talked about already in terms of your experience after the events?
I think what Jeff saying, like just a phone call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Follow-ups,
Mm-hmm.
training, equipment. I think that's where we're, hoping that it's coming.
Yeah.
Someday.
Same thing. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Everything we do, like as far as EHS goes and as far as protocols, it's all, you hear it over and over, the managers or our education staff say, evidence-based, evidence-based, evidence-based. And so you hear that and they do all this research to have evidence-based medical protocols, but here, there's been no gathering of the evidence to get this evidence-based training for us at this point. So I feel like that part's being missed. Like, I would like to see that change.
So evidence about what your experience was to figure out what you guys most need.
And
then.
not just our experience. I'm sure there's experiences from other places in the country or the US or wherever that, state these are the protocols that they've followed. And like he said, in 2 years, there's been no change. I feel like that's a fairly lengthy amount of time to have, no discussion on that.
I think COVID is only an excuse. There's ways around COVID, right? There's tons of virtual stuff out there. And like I said, I think it's, this whole evidence-based, whatever. I mean, we were some of the evidence, right? And we were never approached to talk about our feelings or experiences or whatever to try to develop something that's better for next time, right? What can we do to protect ourselves better? What can we, there's a whole list of stuff that can make it better. And I think that's why we're all here, is to make that better for the next people, right? Because like you said, it's going to happen again. It's just when.
I mean, these three are three of what, 5 or 6 people who are, who the only ones in our province as paramedics who've actually dealt with this situation before, been exposed to this. There's been staging and other, violent crimes, but for this extent, these guys are it. And, they're the ones who are, now sharing, to this group when, it should have been to many other groups prior to this, their experiences and recommendations that they saw that night and the next day for that matter.
And even like I'm sure there's been other active shooters, but maybe just in a smaller scale, right? Around Halifax, I'm sure there's been some that have been on the loose or wherever, somewhere in the province, right? So there's other experiences other than us. So just maybe look around and see, okay, this is something that we could work on, right? So.
So one of the last questions we wanted to ask you, which again, I feel like we've naturally gone there, is why did you decide to participate here? What do you hope will come out of it?
I came because I hope that my experience and situation would help either make things better, better training, better protocols, give the general public a better understanding what actually happened. If anyone had questions, like wondering about what actually happened, like on our side, here we are, and hopefully make a difference. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks.
Kind of the same idea as far as like, when your friend comes to you and says, can you take part in this commission? And they've been, and part of that's what you do. So that was part of it. But the other part, of course, is for me, I didn't know, like maybe the 3 or 4 of us, including the other lady that's not here, had a piece of information that you hadn't had yet. So to me, it was like, it's not something I really want to actively relive over and over.
Yeah.
However, there might have been information that you wouldn't have got otherwise if we hadn't participated, was my thought. And again, to make things better, just knowing that no one's been contacted and that we do have some information. We definitely don't think we handled the situation, to the best of our ability if we had more training, but we definitely think we handled it to the best of the abilities that we had. And I, these guys have done an amazing job, but it would be nice to have a little more training. And I feel like it's something that we've brought up, but I don't know how far, like sometimes you feel like you mention those things and it gets put to the side burner and it doesn't really ever exist. So this is kind of a little more out and center, unfortunately, but it's just one example of this was a huge event and we really need to have more resources and more training to do our jobs properly and stay safe. At the end of the day, we want to come home to our kids.
Yeah. Thank you.
For me, I wasn't really sure when I was approached by Donald or you, I forget who it was initially, but anyway, of coming, and I was like, I was kind of humming and hawing. And then my wife actually sat me down and she's like, and as paramedics, we're pretty good at complaining sometimes about stuff that we're not happy with. And, but we often complain to each other and not to the right people. So in saying that, she kind of said, listen, if you say nothing, nothing's going to change. But if you say something, something might lead to a change. So that's what brought me here.
Yeah. Thanks.
Base of my involvement was, out of a duty and obligation, that it was said, if, I can, complain and, to my colleagues about what should have happened or didn't happen, this is the, I guess the next step coming to be, videotaped and deposed many times over hours to give of what happened. We all said our first questions, we want to help, we want to help, we want to help people, we want to help people. This is why we're here. If we didn't want to help, we would, be elsewhere today, not doing this.
Yeah.
And that's, how we're wired, is to want to, make things better.
Mm-hmm.
But the helpers need help sometimes. That's how, we make sure things are out there that we can help the next people who deal with this.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. Is there anything else that you had hoped to speak about today that you haven't had the opportunity to talk about? Doing good? Okay. I just want to check in with the commissioners. Do you have any follow-ups? No? Okay. Okay. Well, what you talked about today was really hard, and I know that we asked a lot of you to come up on a stage and talk about this experience. We can't thank you enough for that. It really helps us to understand and informs our work. So, thank you. Okay.
And if I could thank you, Krista, for again ably facilitating a very important conversation. And if I could be bold enough to use first names, Jesse and Melanie and Jeff and Bruce, thank you so very much for sharing your insights. Many of the things we heard, we would have no idea about, and we were reminded of those, and just your insights about your work generally, but most importantly, your insights about the experience you had. It's really, really important for us, and we are so thankful. You've broadened our perspectives. You've broadened our horizons. You've added some important, very important information for us. And I just wrote down, Bruce, your quote, "That's how we're wired." And it seems like that's how you are wired. Your entire vocation involves public service. And thank you for that. But more importantly, you have performed very significant public service today. And we especially thank you for that. It wasn't easy for you to relive your experience, and we so much appreciate your candor, but more significantly, we appreciate your courage for coming and for doing it because you felt it was the right thing to do. And we want to come up with recommendations that will make positive change in so many aspects of what happened, and particularly in the information that you've shared with us. So thank you again. We so greatly appreciate it. I say this often, but one very gratifying dynamic about our work is that when we ask people to help us, people like you who do that every day, but especially today, say yes. So we really, really appreciate it, and thank you so much. And Mr. Murray, thank you very much for assisting in organizing the presentation as well. So thank you. It's greatly appreciated.
Thanks.
Is it 2 o'clock right next?
I don't know. Is it 1:30?
1:30. We'll break until 1:30. If I'm wrong about that, we'll let you know, but I think it's 1:30. Thank you. 1:30 it is. Thank you.
Did you miss me that much? What the hell, man? I walk in the room, I see that 13 people have tuned out. Just within a matter of moments. Come on. I'm just messing with you. So this week is like shortened too. Because I'm pretty sure I checked it on Friday because somebody was asking me what my plans were, and I'm like, oh yeah, let me check. And it was 4 days, so now we're down to 2. Hockey rink a bit too, but I missed a lot of stuff. Howdy, oh dear. I missed Jeff and being in 2 places at one time for different times. Wonder how that feels. I'm gonna have to watch it. You took the timekeeper task. Thank you, JJ. Anybody again who has not checked out last night's video, and again that just leads back to Oh Dear's channel, right? That's it's not the point that I'm trying to hijack or shit or whatever. No, please go over. Let's see how do I do this here? I had this. No, it's not that one. Come on, I had it here. I thought. Oh, this is bullshit. Damn, Bernard. That's not it. Oh Dear is, those of you who are familiar with Oh Dear know what I'm talking about. Does a massive amount of work. There we go. Always in my suggested. Uh-oh. Here comes the big dog. Oh no, there's going to be Massaroonies. You guys see? He's getting big. Okay. Oh dear. Now, oops, I do this one, right? And then I do this one. And then this one. Okay. So this is where you want to go. But I'm going to compile the maybe I can put in those buttons and stuff and subscribe and all that other goo. I'm going to do another one here for an hour. And but this is where you want to go, right? It's just to open that door, that avenue, go away. For people to go and subscribe to the channel, I just linked in the comments. This one. Or that's the wrong way. I want to go this way, right? Right to left. Something like that. Hijack. Way, I just want the word to get out so people see the scam. And you see you can fold in all these other pieces now, right? All the statements and all that other goo. And it just helps to get some kind of I don't know though. I'm still having some issues with Jeff. Not sure how that's happening. It's not specifically with Jeff. It's with Jeff's comment. How does that happen? Oh, that was never investigated. Oops. Link this morning stream on the on guard for thee. Those guys are some good guys, eh? There are real brave men and women in the RCMP, and they really get fucking hammered, man. So, Bernard, I saw somebody put that up there earlier. Bernard made yeah, anyway. So thank you, Peter. Oh, and on Canada Now. I think these are Reddit things. I don't understand Reddit stuff, but I appreciate it. I think that's what the r/ means, right? I'm a total. I don't like footprints on the internet and shit. And tech just pisses me off. It's interesting as I was talking to my tech buddy. I don't know if I said this the other day, but he's very tech, and he mines the hell out of crypto amongst a host of other tech stuff. And he said to me, you know, he has a place out in BC, and so he's like, I hadn't talked to him in a while, and he said, oh, you know, I've been spending a lot of time out there. I'm like, oh yeah, and he said, you know, I don't have the headaches. I'm not dizzy anymore. I'm like, really? You've been listening? He's like, fuck, man, you're right. I'm like, it's not about being right, dude. The tech's got to go in the toilet. That's how they're destroying us. I watched one of Oh Deer's old videos where transcription Dorrington interview that has now been changed. Should read, yes. Should be Dorrington. I'm going to read Peterson's statement next because Peterson's statement is folds into it, but Dorrington, Lafferty, McDonald were all part of that. Now, we were talking about the 1218 login. So please go and check out that video if you can. You want to kind of put a few things together because Oh Deer did such a great job with it. I'm not riding or brown nosing. What are you doing? Where was that? Right. Okay. So I think I can do this, right? Oh, I have to do the refresh or some bullshit. Okay, here it is here. And then I do, oh, I can't do it from there. So here's the video, which is the first hour broken down using a variety of sources. And you know, again, there's lots of other things that can be added to this, but to have the premise is very important, and especially for those who are newer to all of this cover-up stuff. Now, somebody sent me Ettinger. We were talking about Ettinger, I think, a little bit. Ettinger. I don't know how you pronounce it. So sorry to leave you. I had to run and do something. So thank you for minding the fort, Tara. Is there a lot of porn floating around? I did try and throw in a few comments here and there. Hopefully didn't get inundated with porn. Now, Ettinger. Everybody knows my pronunciation is just fucking fantastic, isn't it? All right. Now, thank you to Peter. We have a few Peters, but this Peter will know. Sent me from com 0046244. I love that number. Now, I believe it's Ettinger's statement. Something to do with him. Perhaps we can go and look it up. Well, anyway. So, it reads as follows. I can't remember exactly what time, but I'm going to say it was around the point in time where I believe he was headed out Highway 104. And once I had seen that he was on the move again, it worried, ... So I had, are they leaving something out? Possible. So I had seen I had seen that one of my members was driving because because of the GPS on the car driving from Colchester back into East Hants, and I knew that he had been on scene last night in Portapic. Now, Edinger is the district commander for East Hants. Is he referring to Chad Morrison, 1218, on the radio? Again, let's go and get the file number. Chad Morrison, whose GPS doesn't start till 7:30 in the morning and does all kinds of funky things. Thank you, Lori Ward, for tipping us to how to interpret the GPS. Thank you for falling on the floor. How the GPS ping rate works, because in their infinite bid to keep GPS hidden, they specified how GPS ping and the rate it works at. 3-minute pings are problematic. Let's see here. Thank you again, Peter. 004624. Recorded interview, Steve Ettinger. I believe he has retired. Many people have retired. How do I get out of this thing? Which I will let you know a few more that have come across. Julie Moss. Gone. Julie Moss. Janice Gray. Gone. Archie Thompson. Gone. White shirts. And many people. Politicians. How many? Gone. Jenga. So, that's amongst just a few. Pascal. Gone. Pascal, who seems to know Rodier from way back in the day. How they know each other? Not exactly sure. Possible they could have run into each other at the Lower Mainland in Richmond. Not so sure, though. Definitely questions. Before Rodier comes in the picture, I believe. They spend an awful lot of time apart. And some crazy awards going around. Again, most of that's directed to certain people. So, and May 2022, so we're not talking that long ago, May, June, last month. Karaoke girl, Dustine. Well, yeah, that was when she got the promotion. She is now admin personnel officer, H division. I think it's some human resources. Go. Good job. Porn came up once. Oh dear, does amazing work. Don't know where and how she does it. It's on my list of questions to ask when I'm dead and gone. And it seriously is. No word of a lie. But I know how much I appreciate it. So, who's the new pooch? That's my girlfriend's dog. She likes them big. Ouch. No. I'm just totally teasing you. She likes big dogs. I'm okay, I'm good with the small dog. I don't need anything. But they're fun to watch play with each other. They've grown up together, so sometimes he gets a bit rowdy, little, like a little bit of a snack. Then there's a lot of yipping. It's quite loud and bothersome. Okay, so what was I doing here? Right, Steve Ettinger. Let's get that. Copy. Paste. Link this. Okay, so let's see, where are we going here? Last night video put things in perspective time-wise. Really well done. Absolutely. If I had the time and the skills, I'd definitely be doing that, but I do not. And this is why we're good. We're all working as a team. So I'm not sure where quite that appears. I didn't get a pay number on that. But obviously, somebody from East Hants, and I don't think I've heard anybody mention from East Hants, was in Portapic that night. Was it Chad Morris, who was on the radio at 12:18, logged into his MWS? Then he just happened to go to work the next day too. But did he even stop working? Dorrington and Lafferty went back to Orchard Beach and cleared it by himself at 2:30 a.m. Interesting. The three amigos getting called in, circumnavigating. Well, that's for another day. Chain of command. Not very good. All right. Hardly any porn. As soon as you left, it came back up and I blocked it. Thank you. You also have that ability too, oh dear. So if people, additionally, this is not related to those two, to the moderators. If anybody's comments and shit disappear on the channel, if there's funny business going on, you get unsubscribed or whatever, let me know. Even if it, like, honestly, if the comment doesn't agree with me, I'll tell you what, I even appreciate it more. So there's no, well, you have an affinity for certain dogs, don't you? What do they call that thing? Okay, just a moment. Sorry? Thank you. I think I need to get my belt. Where's my belt? What do you call that? What do you call that stripe pattern? Huh? No, on pepper. Oh, brindle. Brindle. There you go. Okay. Well, I guess if I fast forwarded the comments, I would have seen that. James Top. If you think Topinator James Top stamina, but keep in mind Seamus has been marching for over 2 years. Okay. Yeah. Very uncomfortable. Appreciate that. I guess that's what I'm supposed to say. So thank you. Many people, true troopers. I do like James Top, by the way. Pretty amazing guy. He stood up to the beast. Even if you don't agree with his principles, whatever it is, to have the ability to say that is important in our country. You don't get in trouble for it. So many people over here working extremely, extremely hard. And this is how this is how we get things done. So we're a team. I always like to make sure everybody knows that they're part of a team. It's not a solo crackolo. And then, you feel the rewards. You're the one who's driving the bus here. These clowns over here are scared to death of you. Trust me. Trust me. I know that from inside. They are scared. And I have never seen the RCMP behave quite like Lori Ward. That was a huge tip. When they like you. No, I don't. And I'm not even going to go into whatever that was there, but I don't. Just team, family, people who are tired of bullshit. So I was looking back at something. Again, uncomfortable. I was looking back at something because a few things have triggered me to look back at some stories that I've covered in the past a little bit and similarities. And I'm not saying that there's a direct connection, but there are very, very interesting similarities to this story, and I'm sure some others too. Well, yeah, I can see some components for sure. There is like the hero and this kind of shit. There's always that part, but and cover it up in the media right away. It's just gonna move along to Las Vegas. You guys remember Las Vegas? 2017, October. And I did a few stories on it back then. And I'd forgotten some portions. I'd forgotten something like this. Sound familiar? Yeah. The girlfriend. The three other girls that were in the room who seemed to go away. The shoddy investigation, which was portrayed as a great investigation. The gambling, lots of money, weapons, lots of similarities. So I'm looking back at that one because, well, frankly, it's got me a little curious because I see certain things. Fast things. You remember that? Comped shrimp. Everything was comped. Yeah, like, how about the security guard getting shot in the foot, then being able to drive to Mexico, only appearing on Ellen? Here's a tissue for you. Seems like you might need it. Oh yeah, I need it, says he, stoic. Okay then. Lots of money. Lots and lots of money. Was there a Joker clown there too? Not that I can recall, but again, I'm looking back at it, but I remember, holy shit, whilst it was going down, the scrubbing that was going on. I think I may have got hit with something. No, I didn't. But they sure scrubbed the hell out of the internet after that. Wow. And they were just going bonkers in all the social media. And that was like probably one of the first real utilizations. Is that the Smith-Munt Act? When did that come in? Is Todd in here? Smith-Munt? When was that? It's Alan Seamus. Alan. Yes, the brother. The property, the house broken into. Oh, it was just the wind. Don't worry about it. Oh, we forgot to guard that security scene. Right. No, there was only one gun. Oh, okay. Helicopters buzzing about. Anyway, don't want to go too tinfoil. Just throwing it out there. Ellen. Not Ellen. Alan. No, it was Ellen. Ellen and the MGM casino slot machines. His one and only appearance. Maybe we should watch that. Not to go tinfoil, just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. That's all. Jesus Campos. Jesus. Ellen, I'm not sure if that's edited though. I think it might be. I don't know if she shows the tissue scene. Hard finding stuff, very hard finding anything. Of course, it drifted into the memory hole, right where they like it. Sheriff Lombardo and his handler on the side, giving him the dirty looks. But yes, it was Ellen. I'm not speculating as to motives and things, but there was a component that is similar and a lot of similarities in other ways. When was the Smith-Munt Act? Anybody know in here? When did that get changed? And 48. The act was developed to regulate broadcasts of programs for foreign audiences produced under the guidance of the State Department. It prohibited domestic dissemination of materials by such programs of one of its provisions. Smith-Munt. Domestic psychological warfare. Not good. Smith-Munt Act revised under Clinton. And Obama completely removed it. And then we get hit with certain elements, don't we? Funny that. just like Obama booting the regulation of the internet, which fell underneath the purview of the Department of Treasury. Therefore, the Constitution applied to it freedom of speech. What's that silly thing? We don't need that. It's probably one of the biggest coups he did, funnily enough, while he was there. Yet very few people know about it. Sad. I can. Oh. People go after Google and all that shit. Look upstairs. Much higher. Van Son, 11:30, the 17th, on the 17th, if available. No, I'm not sure about that. Okay, thank you to, I don't know if I should call them out because they don't know if they want to be called. I never know. One moment, please. Don't want you looking at the ops underneath. What's going on? Okay. Anybody who feels like emailing me anytime, nsinvestigators@gmail.com. Well, I guess you're emailing specifically me, but the group. Positive, negative, anything's great. Comments always appreciated. Positive, negative. Now, there was another mention, and I want to get your read on the reaction Hmm. 201-8ish.
I just bought a cami and it doesn't.
Okay, I don't care about your cami. Why does anybody care about whatever you got? Nobody cares. Go away. Nobody's buying. Oh, but it's targeted. No, it's building psychological profiles. Okay. But it's user. It's for a user experience. No. Okay, lots of gun owners. Now, I think I've got this set up wrong. Bringing some more. This is important. Bring eyes, attention. So very much a big thank you to this person also. A huge thank you to Robert, who watches. I don't believe he says very much, that Robert. But thank you very much to you for taking the story down to Australian viewers. Bringing this anywhere is important. So we had another one. No, that's not what I want. This one. Okay, and it's sharing the audios. Okay. If this person is in here, which I believe, hold on a second. I'll be able to tell you if they are or not. Yes, I believe they are. So, if you wish to identify yourself, please do. Now, right at the end here, we have Via Frey. Anybody, are you guys familiar with Via Frey? Via Frey, lawyer. Love the hair. Okay.
Hold on. Yes, Candace Magnus. Live the day to the fullest. Purple Hearts. Agreed. God bless all. Have a nice weekend. Ms. Jamie, I agree as well. And I'm seeing some chats about the Nova Scotia incident. One day, maybe I'm going to find someone who can clarify that incident. I have a minimal understanding of it. Sent tweet Stanford criteria must read.
Interesting. His disposition changed, I felt. He's a very happy-go-lucky person by Norm. At least in my very, very limited viewing of him. But he seems very happy-go-lucky. And it's very happy-go-lucky until he reads about that. Kind of changes. I'm not sure if I'm reading into things too much there, but please, let's watch it again. And you can kind of watch by the fall. Maybe we should back it up to give it a little bit of context. And then you can see, to me, he seemed kind of happy. And that's kind of set him off.
Anyone who wants to boycott Amazon by not getting the book, you're going to be punishing the author of this book more than anybody else. So I'm going to go check out the book. I've heard about it, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so that's it. 2 hours. It's 2:00. I'm going to go meet up with the wife and kids and do something fun, hopefully. What was I going to say? See you tomorrow night. Thank you all for being here. You know what to do. Like, share, subscribe. It's a word of mouth for the spread of the channel because the YouTube algorithm is not necessarily favoring me anymore. Certainly not when doesn't matter. I'll accept Liz Cheney as an impartial participant if she'll let Nancy Pelosi's husband drive her to and from the hearings. And Republicans sent Jim Jordan and Banks to January 6th, but Nancy Pelosi refused them. Okay, and I believe that is it. Hold on. Yes, Candace Magnus. Live the day to the fullest. Purple Hearts. Agreed. God bless all. Have a nice weekend. Ms. Jamie, I agree as well. And I'm seeing some chats about the Nova Scotia incident. One day, maybe I'm going to find someone who can clarify that incident. I have a minimal understanding of it. Sent tweet Stanford criteria must read. Sent tweet Stanford cafeteria must read. Viva, you did Canada good with your coverage of the convoy. Hey, it was out there. I said it then and I'll say it now.
I don't know. He got very serious. Maybe it's nothing. And he's kind of brain was absorbing that for a moment. Very smart guy. I'm not saying that, but he just kind of, it caught him off guard. So thank you very much to that person who I won't mention, but because this is how we're going to bring more. We need to bring more. And so they went in and they started talking about it quite a bit. And it got other people talking about it, right, in the live chat. And then that's what's generating it. It's a bunch of people, and he's reading that, and he's like, oh, yeah, that is something that is really important. We really should look at that one. Yeah, you should. Not to be like condescending. Absolutely. Why are we not having Rebel News and everybody else in this country up in arms about this one? Where is Rabbi News these days? He doesn't like the competition either. Brothers mentioned in his comment box. Well, it's not a competition thing. This is not about anybody can have Fry. Okay, my apologies. I'm very limited on my exposure to him. I think he's newer to the YouTube circle, and I did appreciate the story that he did with W5 about controlled. He taught that's a really good one. where they talk about, what is that other channel or other platform? I can never use it. I don't know any of this tech goo, but it was pretty good. And he took W5 on, and he's like, you guys messed with my words and played with my shit, so I want a correction. Good for him. Viva is like Rebel. They pick news to cover, and they ignore the rest, regardless of how they are impacted. Canada is by right. The Rumble W5 story, very good. I'm not faulting him in any way. I'm not faulting him. Please, I'm not into faulting people by and large. Even if they, and I'm not saying that either. There are certain people that are absolutely, I try to just let people do. Going to be some of these cases. Not him. There's going to be a big authority doing a lot of judgment. Going to be dangerous. So, you know, because I know that you guys are out and about and doing your stuff and watching things and commenting on other places and boards and whatever else. Hey, throw it in the mix. Let people know. Let Americans know, hey, you know, we've got a problem up here. People elsewhere in the world, bring it up. You're not crazy. You're totally with your realm to say we are getting screwed. Yes, I did watch some of his coverage and I quite liked it. Viva Fry, my apologies. Viva Fry. What is my pronunciation? What's that all about? I don't even know. And God didn't seem to be an issue when I was younger, but anyway. I suppose I should leave the W5 This is why no one trusts the legacy media. That was the story he did. So I'll leave that down in the comments because he did an interview and they canned it, and he had some issues with that and why it was defamed by W5. Of course, this is, you know, law and being a lawyer is good. CTV investigates by, okay, so here we go. And they kind of do their regular bash on people they don't agree with. Which, frankly, if they don't agree with people, maybe it's possible that other people don't agree with them. Does that mean we should run around and hate each other? That's kind of a bit silly. Can we watch it live? I'm not going to risk a copyright issue, but I've left stuff down below. I think the link to the W5 thing is in there, ready to rumble. So those of you who want, please do have a view. I think that was an excellent story. And funnily enough, they backtracked it to some extent, but participants' lawyers would like to ask questions, I bet. Again, that just simply can be stated on the record. 2 lawyers that I know of so far have. So You can collectively do it, or every time that you have an opportunity and you're up at that podium, you just kind of bring that out of left field, I would say. Oh, yeah, hey, there's this thing. One more thing here. I seem to have problems being able to ask questions. What's that all about? Hey, Kim, I'd like to know, because I can't represent my clients and they're asking me and I'm feeling really pressured and I know I can't do my job as an officer of the court. I swore to do this. Why are you exposing me that? And then we're going to get the what? Oh, the response on the record. This is good. This is good. Somewhere I sampled the gun control lobby lady who did raise that almost right at the beginning. I can't remember when that was. And I thought she represented it quite well. And the Oliver's lawyer brought it up a few days ago. I think it was last week. Rupert. Is he involved with casino goo and cigars and triggers? Yes. And that's very noble and respectable and upholds the legal profession and lets their clients know, like, listen, don't mess around with me. I'm going to try to do what I can. I don't want to hide. I want you all on the record here, stating what the fuck the problem is here, because I feel like we're all getting screwed around. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. So no, sorry, Sad. I try not to do anything that's going to get me into copyright issues, and because that would be unfortunate, right? Then the channel might take a hit, and then I couldn't do any live streaming. Yeah, keep it on topic, keep it real. Don't go into messy territory. Yeah, he's in Ontario, I believe. He handled himself quite well, I thought. Very respectable in the when he was asking questions of, and that's the way I like it. You can ask questions of people that disagree with you, and well, it was unfortunate how the response. It's not a very, despite being told, like, listen, we want to have dialogue and we're very open and very receiving to things. That's a bit of a guise, maybe. Possibly. Yeah, Smithmont, very pivotal. This is why computers, I feel fairly certain that. Mark my words on this one. When all of it on the big picture melts down, I think a lot of the tech is going to disappear. Nobody will want it anymore. They'll see what's going on. Just having a Karnak moment there. Happy heavenly birthday today. Oh my. Is today her birthday? Did they even acknowledge that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't. But thank you for bringing that to my attention. Oh my, it is. How hard. Well, my heart goes out to her family. And I know there's some of you who are in there. Yeah. I don't know, but maybe I missed that part, but I don't think the commission acknowledged that. This is where we're at. It's not about that. Do I have a backup channel? I do. Is anybody subscribed to it? Not really. I don't even think there's anything on there. I know early on I came across that email. I wonder if just to give you an idea of where things were at very quickly about Nova Scotia. It's going to be in this box, I think. It's difficult to find because it went into some nether region. Pretty sure I have a picture of it anyway. It's in some very wonky place in the nether, like it's not in an inbox. It's not. You have to be able to search for it, otherwise you won't find it. It's kind of like the certain videos. I remember doing stories about that, and then they stuck that story into interstitial state. YouTube has a funny way of burying, like there's all kinds of games that they play, but one of them is they bury a video, which then you can't share, you can't like, you can't comment. You have to know the link, otherwise it won't show up because it's not in their channel list. And when I did a story about it, they did the same thing to my video. Well, I'll have to find it another time. I'm not going to waste a lot of time. Anyway, as soon as so of course I did do YouTube before this, right? And I'd taken down all my videos. And when Nova Scotia had come along, of course I got the phone call, and Tara, yeah, anyway, you guys know that, all that. And so I think it was the first day, second day. So I'd done, maybe 2-3 videos by that point. Maybe 2. Tops. And I got sent a warning on my account, which is still there to this day, telling me that I'm going to have a strike because my channel is dedicated to one topic. I was like, oh, really? I don't have anything. And frankly, all of my other videos obviously had nothing to do with this. So I guess you don't like me talking about it. Yeah. This morning, I was asked, if I like your channel and check the boxed bot informative knowledge. Oh, you got polled? Really? I've never, excuse me, heard of polling. YouTube is polling people now? Saw the beautiful pictures. Is there, yeah, I don't want to upset her family. So I would play them, but I would always ask permission first. So tubing on her river. Great. That sounds like fun. Was the weather good? How beautiful. I'm glad. Big hugs. I know there's some more of you in here. So huge hugs. It's going to come out. What is going to come out progressively, I believe, from this point forward, I feel like very confident in that, is going to be worse and worse and worse. They will throw all kinds of snow, all kinds of it, but it's like the documents and these kinds of things that are really going to bury them. They've saved the check pile for last. Notice how O'Dear pointed out in the comments the other day how there had been no documents released since May. I can't remember the exact date. I'd have to go back. And I'd almost got to the point where I was like not checking every day, which is odd. And she points that out. Well, wouldn't you know? They do 2 dumps in one day. Funny that. Waiting to see the full one, which the 3 amigos there didn't want people to see. Right. Hot and sunny, says Salty. All right, great. So you had a good time tubing? Forever young, eh? Forever young. Our friends and family that we lose when they're young, when we get older. Strange to look back. Well, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what to say to that, but I appreciate it. But it's just odd that I've never heard of polling. Interesting. Has anybody else experienced this polling? YouTube polling on this channel, anywhere else? I watch a lot of YouTube, funnily enough. I did too, a couple of days ago on Facebook. You got polled on Facebook. What were you polled about? A lot of these polls, again, are trying to pick up who's what. It's all, it gets really fucking spooky when you start digging into it. Things like the Pokemon Go and shit. It's not doing what it says it's doing. I believe must be getting many more views than they are saying in order to keep that question, to get that questionnaire. I've never even heard of it. Frankly, it's shocking. No. The views, none of the numbers work. Like, I know the numbers, and I'm fine if I have no views. I'm fine if there's 82, because that's fantastic. It's 82 more minds open. Or, well, not necessarily. Some of them maybe no. But the numbers, like, I know how to do math in YouTube. I've been around long enough, and I know. I've seen enough shit. I've got fucking video proof of a lot of it. I'm like, okay, well, we'll just document that. Lols. Want to remove views? Okay, let's keep going. Remove likes, unsubscribe. I got piles of emails from them. I got unsubscribed again. Thank you for resubscribing. Thank you. I've been busy. I don't get notification. I'm sorry. I say sorry on behalf of fucking YouTube. YouTube, who's doing that on behalf of who? Don't want truth. I've been busy. Haven't reviewed a lot of the recent documents. Has anyone seen anything from Dalhousie Ground Penetrating Radar Survey? They did import a pic. I've come across the students portion of that in reference to it. That's about all. But again, how many? We've got 1,559 documents, plus all kinds of other goo. So I haven't come across it. Has anybody else come across anything more they can help Mitchell with? On Facebook, for me only. For polling, what do you get polled for on the Facebook? What do they ask you? Do you like a page or something? I don't know what they do. Compiling their psychological profiles, how to manipulate. I've got a couple before, not many. Wow. That's interesting. I'm curious. I'm going to have to go and research now. Thank you. Polling. Who'd have thunk? Nope, no polling on YouTube yet. Oh, you've been polled as well? Wow. I got one on this morning on another channel. So is this a relatively new thing? I usually fall asleep listening to something or other. No new docs today. If they release it, probably will be late tonight. But I expect that it's just going to be downhill from here. It's going to get a lot worse. You never answer Facebook polls? Good. Facebook is the most dangerous thing of all, in my opinion. But yeah, it's just my opinion. I do Facebook. I did too. Once upon a time, I did Facebook right at the start, and I did, or something. Or not right at the start. That's not true. I had an account, and I rarely would put anything on it because I'm like, I don't like things floating around on the internet. I'm not that important. Go fuck right off, as far as I'm concerned. You want to know something about me? Come and ask me. Quit building profiles on me in your databases and selling them. None of their business what I think. They wouldn't really like what I have to say. Good for you. I've only seen FIS reports saying that they were watching them. Yeah, I think that was what I'd stumbled into, but it was a very brief mention, other than to say I don't think they found anything, and there was a bunch of students, and I think it said the professor's name maybe. You delete polls, okay? Nova Scotia Grown does not a fan of the polls, all right? I should have screenshot it, damn. Oh, no worries. No worries. Memory. See, if you're an honest and upstanding person, then you can just say, well, I saw that. And if you 95% of the time if anybody asks, you can be like, yeah, here it is. Then people just kind of trust you. But if you fuck around, then people won't trust you anymore. Never before on YouTube, okay? Lisa B going to testify. I think she's still stuck at Costco with the propaganda shopping. RCMP. Which HRP didn't want a piece of. Facebook loves metadata so much, it's their new company name. LifeLog? Anybody? I highly doubt we'll see Banfield testify. No, not going to happen. Not going to happen. What was that again? Funny that. I'm going to track down some people. Go back in that story, find some people who are still following that one a little bit, get in contact with them, perhaps have a discussion, maybe find some things that are similar. RCMP in Newfoundland, same kind of garbage. Justify Mounties entering home. No knock, no warrant. Was that the doorbell? Oh, hold on a second here. You mean they didn't have a doorbell? But we said they did. What do we do? Did you just lie again? Oh. Liars will burn somewhere. Eternally. Oh. Ground penetrating radar is highly inaccurate when there's rocks. I'm sure they've got that figured out. It's science. If it was inaccurate, I'm sure they would have thrown it in the garbage. Why would they have it at all then? Rocks. If rocks were in the way, most soil has rocks. I definitely have picked a few rocks in my lifetime on fields. I don't think I've ever gone through a field that didn't have rocks. That would be a problem. Both Facebook and tweeters are garbage. Maybe go to them once a month. Well, if you do that, though, oh dear, how the hell are you going to get notified? Because it's instantaneous. Lisa is still shopping for narratives at Costco with the RC. But don't worry, the HRP, they're just like, no, you can hold that bag. We're distancing ourselves from you. Well, if it goes all wonky, I don't know. Perhaps this is something that you wish to take up with the professor. I have no idea. Are you trying to suggest that there's bodies there? I don't know where this is going. If there was rocks, it would be a problem. Why would they have ground penetrating radar as part of an archaeological studies? Hey, I want to use this. It tastes like, it's like Here, taste this. It tastes like shit. No, I'd rather actually not. No, I'll pass on that one. Here, try this. It doesn't work at all. Thank you. I'd love to. No book. Yeah, no bodies. I don't know. I think there may be, though. There may be some bodies down there that they're not talking about. Maybe. Just maybe. Maybe. 2 males. 1 house. Inside. Non-ours. Can't find it. I guess that goes into the like the cop car one. I'll just leave it there until it's disproven. Otherwise, it seems fairly safe. They're finding the children. Good luck not finding rocks. Yes, I believe you have very rocky stuff there. And being that it's Dalhousie. Yeah. Newfoundland RCMP said the reason they're using the doorbell, used a doorbell because they used, the canned Facebook post. Well, I guess they stepped in it again, didn't they? Oops. We got an excuse for everything. When you're an excuse, you got an excuse for everything. You're a liar. You're incompetent. You're no longer part of anything that anybody wants anything to do with. Go away. But I can use some word salad. Scrub a toilet. Tell somebody who cares. But I don't know the definition of the words I'm using. That's true. You don't. Maybe they were replica bodies. Sorry, and I'm sure families know. You gotta laugh at some of this stuff. It's just unbelievable. That's the point, because it's not. It's total bullshit. RCMP spokesperson said, if missing girl who was already found was in that house, we'd be having a different conversation. But we don't deal with in the hypotheticals. They don't deal in anything. They don't deal in the real world. They're still shitting their diapers and eating pablum. Dalhousie, lots of government funding, just saying. It's almost like readmittance based on a test. That would be, well, wouldn't be great to be beholden. If you're beholden, well, lots of times people can dictate terms. That's usually the way the bank works. Perhaps Dalhousie does too. Certain tests, certain people have to write to gain their former lifestyle back. Simple Google searches turn up the oddest things. Strange how sometimes they don't get found by people who search very diligently. Just saying. All right. Jesus Campos. Oh, is that what you wanted me to play? The Jesus Campos thing? Yeah, I don't know. She'll probably, you're right. Thank you. You got me thinking there. Ellen probably would get upset. I could see if I
Thank
can
you both for being here.
find the tissue part. I don't know if it's in here. It's when they go to a break. And just play that little tissue part. Did they put the tissues out? Where does the tissue come out? Oh, it's the same fellow too. From the other one. The what is he? Fucking, they call him an engineer or some balls. Campos takes the tissue and he's like, yeah, thanks. No security license. Oh, was that it?
And he saved also the woman that came out of the door to go into the hallway. First of all,
we're doing this for. I think they may have cut it out. Do you guys remember that? The tissue scene? I'm pretty sure they did. It was when they were coming back from a break. I was like, what?
What? And Jesus was.
Ellen, I thought she retired or whatever. Jesus towards the end of the hallway. The props. I wonder how much she gets out of those machines from MGM. Oh, comments turned off. Of course they're turned off. Of course. Oh, 10,000 downvotes. Wonder how much they've been fiddling and farting with that number. Ellen stopped her show by choice. Sure. I don't think she was relevant particularly anymore. Not that I was a follower. I don't know. To each their own. Different strokes, different folks. Visit Ellen's GoFundMe. Help those affected. Yeah, some of the terms, fuck, man. Vegas wrong. Oh, Jesus. But it's the same all over the place. Canceled for being mean to her staff. Yeah, that was a bit of a problem. The apology was a bit of a non-apology, I'd say. Isn't she getting sued? 10 minutes till scheduled lunch. Wish I had more to report. I'm sure I did, got garbage piles. It's just my mind is in with associating with you all, checking in and seeing how you're doing. I'm so touched to. Diana's birthday. Wow. They're hard days. Hard days, eh? And we all can go to those places because we all have friends and family that we've lost. So that's why it's important that we show, use that kind of compassion with family members. I don't know Atlanta. I've talked to Atlanta family members before, some of them. Listening to stories. Like, why are these clowns not listening to anybody's story? Why is there not a rhombus chair for all of the family members? The most affected. The most affected who haven't even made an appearance. What's that about? What day are we on now? 36? 37? Including the canceled one. The schedule. I always like watching the schedule. So next week we've got 4 days right now. It'll be interesting to see if that changes. The fluid and dynamic schedule, which is just moment to moment. Guests for the talk show appear only a couple of days ahead of time. Dates that they pick very specifically. June 4th, June 5th. June 4th. Always dates. Yeah, would end after season she felt some of the criticism she felt during the scandal was unfair and inaccurate. Don't like the heat. I guess if she thought it was. Why do you run away? I wouldn't run away. I'd be fighting to prove my point, my position. Wouldn't want to be maligned. Certain people run away. Sound familiar? Anybody in this story? Oh, but I quit. I'm going away. I can't handle it. Most affected who get told to be quiet. Yeah, all these nice little sound bites that are going to come out. They're going to be pretty haunting when they're on blockchain. Never to disappear. No. Affiliated family tree, etc. Shame's going to make a comeback in a big way. Now, let's see here. Stop share. I want to make sure I got this lined up for the next goo. What do they call it? Small group. Looks very similar to, doesn't it? Doesn't that look similar? Doesn't this look very similar? I want my furniture back. I want my underwear back. I want it all back. What's this one look like again? Oh, yeah. What do they have? Gray chairs, all sitting around, having tea. Two channels, two broadcasts, different times, different frequencies, exact same quote, except one word missing, a name. Oh, that's a problem because everything's predicated on it. It's going to start to fall apart. 50 million a year. What? Maybe I live in a bubble. Maybe I grew up in a different world. And I did. 50 million ain't shit, man. And your soul and your integrity, well, as MasterCard would say, is priceless. Cars get rusty. Houses fall apart. Your soul, well, that's up to you to maintain. All of us. Once you damage it, well, you got to fix it, but
The proceedings will begin in 2 minutes. A reminder, please turn your cell phones off or to silent.
you're kind of a fucktard. 50 million ain't nothing, man. Like, I don't know. I did grow up in a different world, though. So on a live video, how do they blank out words? Do they know what he was going to say ahead of time? Rehearsal, maybe not. Live. I missed that. Was there something in the stuff in the bottom, the CC stuff? Because of course you need that when you've got a signer. Was there something there? You can absolutely do stuff real time. It's fucking spooky. You know that. You, of all people, I'm sure, absolutely know that. You can, like, the shit that you can do, scrubbing stuff. Wow, it's spooky. Change the weather outside, real time, on a video. Change everything. People aren't real. No, he was blanked out when talking. No, his was blanked out. Okay, so the AI blanked out the CC. So was it a rehearsed script? I mean, they're reading stuff, and fiddling and farting, but you'd have to know that it was coming up to do it. So, good question. When he started to get emotional, was he talking about losing family? I don't know. I wasn't here. Was that what he was talking about, losing family? And all the Christmases and birthdays he's lost out on with that, like Alana. Is that what he was talking about when he was getting emotional? It just gives me some premise, so when I watch it, I have some understanding, some context. Yes. Good question. It could be like the radio, like they bleep out words. Remember they used to do that? Now I think you can just swear on the radio. I mean, hell, CNN swears. No, he was emotional about the trauma of hearing the kids speak. Oh. So I'm just trying to weigh that there. Kids speaking about, or his hearing. Oh, that's right. Kids. Sorry. Think that he was using someone's name. Oh, okay. Interesting. Talk shows have delay, blocked out for confidentiality purposes. Right. Because we're doing that. Why? Again? It's all those hateful people. Oh, right. That's a total construct. Everybody sees through the bullshit. People who come and tell their story truthfully, well, I don't see them having any issues, really. Like maybe it might be for moment to moment, but the end of it, when people look at the totality of it all and evaluate it for what it is, well, it's a long 2 minutes. Maybe they didn't like the comment about the, I missed all this. I'm very curious. That'll make another blockchain bite. Won't it? 2 frequencies, 2 different times. Same quote, same intonation. Oh, that's a recording. Ah, how does that end up in there again? And what's predicated upon that? Transcript. Then we're going to go into all kind of problems.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. So I'm Krista Smith. You probably saw me this morning, and I facilitated our first small group session. So I'm going to say in abbreviated form what I said this morning, just that small group sessions are to allow us to hear from individuals with direct experience related to the mass casualty and its impacts. And today we're hearing from first responders. So this morning we heard from paramedics and folks from emergency health services. And this afternoon we're going to hear from 911 call takers, dispatchers, folks who work at the Operational Communication Center, or the OCC at the RCMP. And they'll tell you about themselves, but they were on duty the morning of April 19th, 2020. So very same as last time, I'm going to ask a series of broad open-ended questions. It'll be the same questions as you heard this morning, and you each have an opportunity to respond. And no one will interrupt you, but I will kind of keep us on track if we lose track of the question or we start to lose track of time. We'll do a round, and then, like you saw this morning, we'll just do another round to see if anything else came up for you or if you thought of something else that you wanted to share. And last piece is if you end up talking about how your organization works, how training and policy works, that kind of thing, we're interested in your personal experience of that. So it's like what it was like for you to follow the policy in that situation, or maybe where the policy didn't give you what you needed in that moment, possibly. So with that, I think we can go ahead and get started. So we'll just start with maybe a little introduction. Tell us a little about your background and your role.
Okay, I'm Brian Green. I was a supervisor, team leader on the morning of April 19th. I started out at the RCMP in 2012. I had been a high school teacher, mostly in Newfoundland, and I moved here. And my wife was a regular member of the RCMP. I was at a point in my teaching career where I didn't think I could continue, so I didn't want to teach anymore. So I was looking for other jobs, other careers, and I had actually visited an OCC once with my wife. Seemed really interesting, so the job came up. She showed me the posting, and I applied. So yeah, I started in 2012, September, as a call taker, dispatcher, and now, after 5 or 6 years, I became a team leader, supervisor, and right now, currently, I am acting commander for a few months. We've been rotating at work, and this is my second stint.
And your role on the morning of April 19th, you said you were supervisor. Can you talk a little bit about what your responsibilities are?
So as a supervisor, and there was actually 2 of us on a watch ideally, we oversee operations on the floor on both call take and dispatch. We have 2 sides, a call take side and a dispatch side. That morning I was sitting on the dispatch side next to the risk manager. And my job was at that time to make sure everything ran smoothly on any shift, let alone that shift. Also, as supervisors, we are expected to be operational as well. Depending on staffing, we may end up call taking or dispatching at any given time.
Okay. Kirsten?
I'm Kirsten Bagley, and I've been a dispatcher for 21 years. I started in 2001 in Kamloops, BC. And then in 2008, I started in Northern Alberta. I worked in that OCC. My husband's in the military, so a few years ago, well, in September of 2019, we moved to Nova Scotia. And I started in the H Division OCC in January of 2020. So it had only been 3 months that I'd been working in the province before Portapic happened. On the morning of the 19th, Brian came in at 7 and I was to start my shift at 9. I live quite a ways away from Truro, so I arrived at about 8:30 and I was the second supervisor for the shift. I was supposed to be on the call take side, but we had ample staff, and because of COVID, we tried to space our operators out in the room a little bit. So there wasn't any space for me on the call take side. So I moved over to the dispatch side, and Brian and I sat there. There's 8 positions on the dispatch side when we were in Truro, and we were exact opposite corners. So my responsibility was overseeing the dispatchers and making sure the information was flowing properly in the way it was or way it needed to be, and assisting anybody if they needed any assistance.
So was your role any different than Brian's, since you were both dispatch supervisors that day?
Our main role is the same. We ended up taking on different responsibilities just due to his proximity to the risk manager. He took on some assistance of the risk for the risk manager. I more oversaw the dispatchers that day, but generally we have the exact same role.
Okay, all right. So it can be, there's no doubt it can be a difficult job. So why do you stay in it? What do you find satisfying about it?
It's interesting. It's a challenge. We get to help people every day. Every day is different. Sometimes they feel the same, but every day is different. Every call is different, and you never know what's going to happen, which is a blessing and a curse. I enjoy the job. Like I said, I was a teacher, and I found I would be counting the minutes down to the end of the day. I can go in and do a 12-hour shift now, and it goes pretty quick. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy having more responsibility, and there's a lot of responsibility no matter what level you're at in that job. Go ahead.
Like Brian said, it's different every day. You never know what you're going to get when you answer the phone or you answer the radio.
Going to take us to the mass casualty. So we'd like each of you just to describe what your involvement was on April 19th, 2020.
Okay, I got up in the morning to come to work. I live about 45 minutes away from work, or at least I did at that time. I got up in the morning and I actually looked on Facebook, and it was Colchester Fire and Emergency Facebook page was reporting fires in Portapic that they were unable to get to, and just assuring the public that they're doing the best they could. So I thought that was weird, and the first thing I thought was, okay, we have a barricaded person somewhere. That was my thought. So, and I noticed that the post was from several hours earlier. So I went on to work thinking this is probably resolved. Got to work, wasn't resolved. I got there about 6:30 at work. The outgoing supervisor was very busy and tried her best to brief me on what had happened overnight. Also, the outgoing risk manager was there, and he was trying his best to tell me what happened as well. And it was a lot to take in. It was a moment where you're thinking, okay, is this real? How is?
Yeah, I'm actually going to stop that and show. I showed it before. What in the hell, man? Why is it that they're appearing in the email? That's spooky, man. Right here. This is a status update. 12:30 a.m. from. And these people are all big people. Oh, but there is Brian Green and Kristen Bagley, dispatcher. What you doing there? You woke up and you saw it on Facebook. Get out of here. Oh, bollocks.
Went through them for an active shooter, and just tried to adapt the situation we were in to that standard operating procedure and let everybody on both sides of the floor, the call taken to the dispatch, know what was expected. And as new people came in, we had someone come in at 8 o'clock, and we had a group of people come in at 9 o'clock to work. I was briefing them on what was going on until whatever time it was, 9:30, 10 o'clock. Things escalated again. And I know because I was on the call take, giving some instructions to someone, and one of the call takers put her headset on mute and said, "We have someone dead on the side of the road." So I ran across the room, relayed it to the dispatcher, and from then on it was just chaos, organized chaos. We had some great operators on the floor who knew what they were doing, but it was as busy as I've ever seen. So then that was what Kirsten had come in shortly before that. She set up on one side of the room, I set up on the other. Normally we would have been one on call take and one on dispatch, but we didn't have that kind of, we didn't have enough seats on call take due to COVID because we had everyone working, we had a leave restriction. So we just split up the tasks and one thing we tried to do is we tried to make sure there was communication coming in and out of the OCC. If something happened, we would say, someone call EHS or someone call Truro Police, someone call Halifax, and if nobody was available to do it, we would do it. And that was one of our goals. I was calling helicopters, trying to get helicopters in the air. And then when it was over, I remember having a minute. I put my head down on my desk for about 5 seconds, and then Inspector Rodier came over and asked me to call in the night shift because they were relieving us all.
Yeah. Okay. You want to know my role that day? Is that what the question was?
Or what your involvement was?
So I, at the time, lived an hour and 20 minutes away from Truro. My shift was to start at 9 o'clock. So because I live so far away, I generally leave early so that I make sure that if there's anything on the road, I still arrive to work in time. So I got there at about, I want to say 8:25, 8:30, and I was talking to my dad on the phone. And when I was in the parking lot, I looked on Facebook, and there was a message on one of the pages that we have as Nova 911 saying, like, thoughts and prayers to Truro Dispatch. And I had no idea what that was about. As I said, Dad, I gotta go. I ran into the building and put my lunch in the fridge, figuring go figure out what's going on and come back down and get my breakfast. I never made it back down to get my breakfast. I went up to talk to Brian, and he filled me in. And like you said, it seemed so unreal that it could possibly, this was going on, that it just beyond the scope of anything I've ever dealt with. And I've worked in some very busy centers. So I said, well, I better go get my stuff and get set up on call take. And like I said, I went over to call take and there was no place for me to sit. So I moved over to the dispatch side and set myself up, and I was probably ready to go at about 8:30 and just checking in with everybody, seeing, nobody had been able to even go to the washroom that morning because there were so many members on the road that they were taking care of. So I would take areas so that the dispatchers could go run to the washroom. And it's a good thing that we did that, because once it ramped up again, there was no stopping. So, like I said, I oversaw a lot of the dispatch side. A lot of the dispatchers are very experienced. The ones that we worked with, a lot of experience on that side of the room. There was some flow that had to happen because most of the events of the night before happened on the Colchester channel because it was in Portapic. And then the first call that we got that morning was actually in Cumberland County's area. So the dispatcher that's responsible for Colchester is also responsible for Cumberland. So we split it, and the dispatcher who sits at the position that takes care of all of that area, I asked her to take Cumberland, dispatch the file that she had, and another dispatcher took on the Colchester to monitor that while this event was happening. Very soon after, the Cumberland one was not completed yet. It was still ongoing, and things started to happen in Colchester County. When the urgency, I would say, of the Cumberland one went down, it doesn't make sense to switch dispatchers again, to give back Colchester to the initial dispatcher. So the one that took over Colchester to monitor, she stuck with that, stayed with that area. And then it's up to the other dispatchers to absorb basically the other areas of jurisdiction that aren't involved in a major event. So everybody already knows that. They already know the flow. If somebody has we're kind of in two partner pods, sort of Northeast Nova and Southwest Nova. So if a major event happens in, say, Colchester, in Northeast Nova, their partner knows to take the bulk of their jurisdiction, their areas, while they can focus on the critical incident that's going on. So that's what we tried to do. We also had 2 dispatchers that were not involved in the critical incidents at the time. They weren't involved in the Northeast Nova stuff. They had mostly Southwest Nova. One of them even had the entire province except for where the critical incidents were going on. And they took care of everything else, like the entire province. So, I mean, even though that was going on in Colchester and in Cumberland, and then eventually in East Hants, the rest of the province didn't stop. So there was a domestic that happened in one of the areas that I didn't know about because I was so focused on the critical incident, but we had very capable dispatchers that were able to make sure that everything was taken care of, and they were taking care of everything else. They were also making calls. If somebody said that they needed an ambulance staged at such and such, if nobody could do it, I'll do it. So I was making those phone calls. If we needed to pass on information, there was a lot of information sharing that needed to happen with Truro, with Halifax, with EMS or EHS. I would make those phone calls. There was another dispatcher that would make some of those phone calls. The ones that were taking care of the rest of the province, they were making those phone calls while our primary dispatchers were able to focus on what they were taking care of and the critical incident. It was too much for them to have to take on extra tasks other than just taking care of the police officers on the road and getting the information out to them. I called Truro a number of times. There was There was one point when the risk manager on duty asked for somebody to call Truro. And I was a supervisor. It makes perfect sense for me to make that kind of a call. There was 2 risk managers at one point. They were so busy they couldn't make all the phone calls that needed to be made. So it made sense for me in my position of a supervisor to make those phone calls, and I did. I passed on as much information as I could. We got to a point when things started moving into East Hants. We were changing the patches of the radios as they went along. At one point, because East Hants is also part of the Colchester-Cumberland group, but from the very beginning of the morning, a different operator had taken them because Colchester and Cumberland, we knew, were the ones that were most involved in the critical incident. So when it moved into East Hants, it moved to another dispatcher. We patched those channels together. We had 2 dispatchers working on that channel. They were able to not cut each other off. They were able to work together on the same channel. They did a fantastic job. Brian and I were also standing the whole time. We had our desks up. We were standing so we could look, because of the way it was set up. The 4 main dispatchers are in the middle of the room. So we could look down into the middle by having our desk raised. So just a little bit of assistance and direction with the dispatchers. When it moved into East Hants, I had to ask another operator to take the additional areas away from another dispatcher so that she could concentrate on the East Hants area. As things happened, when Constable Morrison was shot, I called the ambulance to get them there. Then when Heidi was shot and killed, and we found out that it was but a moment that we could stop, if that. Like I made eye contact with the dispatcher that had that area, and then we had to move on because there was so much. There was so much coming in. There wasn't any time to feel, to sit in anything. There was just there was always there was a new thing that you had to do. There was another task. There was another call coming in there. It didn't stop. Very soon after that, as we know, the suspect was put down at the big stop, and like Brian said, he then called in the night shift to relieve us. And as the relief was coming in, because they came directly from home, as fast as they could, as the night shift was coming in, I was trying to get them to relieve the operators I thought should go first, and trying to put our room back the way because each position takes a specific area of the province, so trying to put it back to the way it should be as they were coming in. Clearing up files. We had a lot of files sitting in the queue. Some of them were duplicates. Some of them were had quite a time delay on them. Making sure that they were all assigned and that everybody. I would call some of the investigators to see who I should be sending these to, who is going to these specific scenes, so that we could clean up the board for the night shift who was going to be taking over for. So we weren't leaving them with a mess to clean up, even though they did have to take over a huge mess. A huge amount of information they needed to be caught up on when they got there. And once that was done, I unplugged, and we didn't go home right away. Brian and we had other things to do as supervisors.
Okay. We're going to do a second round on that question, but one thing, it gives you an opportunity to add anything you might want to add or comment on anything you've heard. What I found myself wondering about as you both were talking is making sure that everyone listening has a good picture in their head of what it looks like at the OCC and kind of how many dispatchers exactly you were supervising, and kind of just make sure we're clear on the main difference between 911 call taker and then dispatchers, what it is that dispatchers do. And then also what you were doing as supervisors that was similar or distinct from what the risk manager was doing. Like what was it, how does that relationship work?
At any given time, we hope to have 4 call takers and 4 dispatchers. Call takers answer 911 calls, and they also answer our RCMP administrative line. So they can take a 911 call of a weapons complaint, and then their next call could be someone who had their bike stolen. Or their next call could be someone just trying to get a hold of one of our members. So there's the whole gamut of calls that come in, and that's what they do. They take the calls and they pass the information. And at the time, it was to the next room to the dispatchers, and the dispatchers are dispatching those complaints to the members on the road, checking on the members, doing status checks. If a member pulls a vehicle over, we're checking on them. We're running queries on the person they pulled over. We're trying to keep the members safe. That day we had, because of COVID and a leave restriction, we had more people working than I've ever worked with. So like I said, 4 and 4, we had 7 and 5 plus us. So we had 14 people working, 7 call takers, 5 dispatchers, and us. We usually run with 4 dispatchers, 4 different areas. We had 5, which was great that day. We needed every one. The risk manager sits next to one of the supervisors. On that day, it was me. The risk manager is, he's a staff sergeant. He's a regular member, usually a staff sergeant. In this case, he was. He gives advice and guidance to members on the road, some supervisory duties to the members on the road. And he's a great resource for us as well, or he or she. And there are various duties that he'll perform. Sometimes we will go to the risk manager for advice on a situation, or we'll go to the risk manager to get the go-ahead to perform certain operations. Cell phone pings, for instance, we would look to the risk managers. But for the most part, our jobs are separate. He's working with the members on the road. We're supervising our operators. And like I said, that day we had 7 and 5 rather than 4 and 4, so it was ideal. And as Kirsten said, we had some of the best, some of the most experienced, and some of the best operators we had at the OCC were working that day. And on the other side of the coin, we had a half dozen or more brand new operators who were fantastic as well. I think we had 5 people on call take, all under 20s taking calls, and they had never seen anything even remotely like this, let alone this, and never wavered. It was a great job.
Yeah, not much to build on that. There were some times where we both had to go over to call take because the call takers were constantly on the phone, especially when things started up again. They were having to, we had to instruct them that if it was something that was not in progress and of a more administrative nature and unrelated to the critical incident, they needed to get off the call and instruct or tell the caller that they'll need to call back at another time, whether it be the next day or later in the day if they were going to get through. We didn't know how everything was going to end up, of course. our call takers answered so many calls. There was very little duplication. They were paying attention to what was coming in. They were adding the updates to the files. They were making sure that the dispatchers knew there were updates on the files. We tried really hard to make sure that the communication, because of course the room was separated when we were in Truro, the flow of information is more difficult. Because when you are that busy, you don't have a chance to check your internal messages as much. So sometimes it was just easier for one of us to go over there and speak to them, or to ask a clarifying question if they created a file and a member wanted to know something. Sometimes it was just easier for me to run over and ask that question, come back and tell the dispatcher so that they could relay it to the member. There were a couple calls that I stayed over there for, just to make sure that they were able to manage, that they didn't have any questions. Not that I didn't think they couldn't manage it, but if they needed a support, that's what I was for. A supervisor, I'm to support the people on my team. And because Brian and I were both on dispatch, that's not the way we generally try to do things. We try to have one supervisor on each side, so that I could have been the call taker support and he could have been the dispatcher support. But just the way it ended up, and it probably was a good thing that we were both on that side, because there was so much to be done on the dispatch side, that it was okay that we were just running over to check in on call take, to give them updates. Sometimes we would, if we had information that we got on the radio that maybe call take didn't have, we could go and tell them that, rather than sending a message, because like I said, they were on the phone constantly. I don't know if there's anything else that I have to tell you.
One thing I did wonder about, you were explaining how as the morning progressed, the dispatchers in charge of different regions found themselves to be in the center of the unfolding events. And you talked about how you would shift responsibility so that they could focus completely on the members that they were supporting.
Yes.
I just, again, because we don't live this world at all, like, what does that look like? What does it mean to like, what kind of support, and what were the dispatchers doing in supporting the members?
So on a average day, say you have a serious motor vehicle collision and you have a lot of resourcing that you need to get moving, you have a lot of updates. It's called a hot dispatch. So as information is coming in from the call take side, it's being input into the file, and the dispatcher is sitting on an open channel, relaying that information as they receive it to the members on the road. Because they're on an open channel, because there's an active incident, the support dispatchers or the other dispatchers, if they're not tied up on a critical incident, they will then take the rest of the responsibility of the other areas of the dispatcher who's taking care of the critical active incident. So it's just basic support. So that way the person who's dealing with a critical incident can concentrate fully on that one specific incident, because generally there isn't 3 or 4 critical incidents going on. There's generally one.
Mm-hmm.
So the rest of the dispatchers will support you.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be just north and south. If there's something going on in both north dispatchers areas, a south dispatcher could take the rest of somebody's stuff. So all it is basically picking from a list of jurisdictions on our CAD system. And then you have responsibility for their area, and they can drop the rest of their stuff so they can concentrate on the one.
Okay, so you mentioned CAD, that's computer aided dispatch?
Yeah, it's our kids system, yes.
And just, I may have this right or I may not, you said hot dispatch. So am I understanding correctly that the dispatcher will relay what's coming up on the CAD?
Yes.
Because members are busy driving and such, so they
Exactly.
can't necessarily.
So if they're going lights and sirens, they don't have time to be looking at their mobile workstation. It's not safe to do that anyways. So it makes the most sense for the call taker to keep that file open and type in the updates as they're receiving them from the caller, and the dispatcher to have that call open and to be relaying the information over the radio to the members on the road while they're en route to the call. So we call it a hot dispatch because it's.
Okay.
Yeah.
That helps. The next question is a little bit obvious in the sense that this was clearly a very different experience than you'd ever encountered before. So but again, we weren't there. So help us to understand how was this morning different than your average shift?
Like she said earlier, Kirsten said earlier, we still had calls coming from all over the province. But this time we had one central event that we were all dealing with. And that happens from time to time, but not like this. We were all focused on this one event, which is not usually the case. In the meantime, the other events, everything else in the province had to be dealt with as well. If there's a domestic in another county, somebody has to be responsible for that. And we're responsible for the entire province, RCMP in the entire province minus HRM. We had to deal with the other stuff as well. And as Kirsten said, our standard operating procedures for an active shooter, it includes hanging up on people who don't have information. So at times we had to deflect some of those calls. We had to deflect calls from people who were calling about that event if they didn't have any recent information for us. So we don't usually have to hang up on people. And that day our call takers would have had to definitely hang up on people to get information, and the information was coming in faster than I've ever seen. It was, I believe, at one point between 11 and 11:30 that morning, our call takers processed over 80 calls, meaning that's the ones they answered. There were ones that probably didn't get through. They answered over 80 calls, and that's 30 minutes for 7 people. So they were working fast, and they were working really well. It was as busy as I hope I'll ever see it. I've been busy before, but this was just, someone described it as turn on a fire hydrant, and it just gushed out. And there was, the mere fact that they kept any of the information straight was a miracle. And I feel like we kept 99.9% of it straight and made sure it got to people who needed it. The dispatchers, like I said, their job was to take the information that the call takers gave them and relay it. In a lot of cases, they had to prioritize that information because there was so much radio traffic that if it wasn't recent information, it wasn't good information. So normally we would relay everything. Everything that comes across, that's our job. We relay information to whoever needs it. In this case, we had to pick and choose sometimes. We had to make some decisions we normally wouldn't have had to make. And I feel like we made the right ones. But there was just so much information so fast. Other than that, it became really obvious real quick. Our job as call takers and dispatchers is to, like I said, collect information. And we're trying to find that guy as well. So we're trying to find him like the members on the road are trying to find him. And we're trying to find him through phone calls, people calling, saying what happened, where he is, where he's been sighted. And we realized really quick that the only way we're getting any information is for something else horrific to happen. So every call that came in was worse than the next one. And that's the only way we knew where he was. And we were always 30 seconds behind him. And that was tough. Yeah, so yeah, it was a lot different than an average shift for sure.
It was very reactive. Of course, I'm new to the province at the time, and I pulled up a map and I was trying to figure it out. I was trying to see how we can get in front. And I said to one of the operators, I said, I'm sorry guys, I'm not from around here. Can you see any pattern, any direction? And they said there is no direction. It doesn't make sense. So it was very reactive. The next thing happened and we went to that, and you can only get as much information as you can from people sometimes. And because the phones were ringing so off the hook, they had to get the quick and dirty of it. Get the quick information, get it sent over so that it could be relayed right now. And the dispatcher that ended up taking over that area, she was very good at making sure she was heard. Because as you can imagine, there were a lot of members on the radio, on the road. There were tons. She needed to make sure that she was heard every single time a new thing came in, and she was very good at that. I don't think I'll ever forget that. I'll never forget the sound of that.
The sound of what?
She would say, break for dispatch, break for dispatch. And I can't even, I don't even know how many times she said it, like how many times she had to say it because of how many new files came in where another terrible thing happened. And she had to get that information out now and had to stop everybody from speaking on the radio so she could get that information out so that we could go to the next place. There was one call where there was a possible sighting at a grocery store in Lower Truro. And of course it came in third hand. That's not very reliable information sometimes. I ended up going over to call take just to verify some of the information from the call taker. And I went back over to my desk and called the caller. And it turned out it was her son who had called her, who had been put into, so I mean, of course, information is lost or skewed. So I asked her, I said, can I have your son's phone number? And I ended up calling her son, and he couldn't even give me direct answers for my questions that the suspect was, I mean, it was relayed to us that the suspect was outside that grocery store. So I needed to verify that information because I had already called Truro Police and asked them to go there because we were too far out and they would have been much closer, but I wanted to verify the information and make sure we had the most up-to-date information. I ended up asking him to put me on with a manager so that I could verify that, confirm that the suspect was seen at the store and get any more information that I could, because we needed real-time information. We needed stuff that was happening right now. And it turned out that he wasn't there. They'd just been put into lockdown as a precaution, and somehow the information got skewed that it was because the suspect was on site. So, I mean, as soon as we find out that that information is incorrect, that has to be put out. And it's not just to our members, it also needs to be put out to the Truro Police because we'd already sent them there. We need to make sure that everybody gets the information. We did it was a lot of support that day. I don't really have anything else to add. But.
So one of the other areas I'm interested in with this topic is how the OCC is working within the bigger picture of the response of the operation. So you've started to talk about that a little bit. It sounds like in your supervisor role in dispatch, that's really something you're spending a lot of your time doing, is talking to other agencies and trying to get them up to speed.
It is. As a supervisor, especially when we're given a chance to supervise and we don't have to actually take calls or dispatch, we could be doing anything. Like I said, that morning I was, and Kirsten was, we were relaying information to other agencies. We were we were talking to, well, like I said, I was trying to get a helicopter in the air. At one point, I had been talking to one of the staff sergeants, and he had given me a list of members to call. And I went through a list of members and called them in to work, Bible Hill members. And that was, it's something that we normally do, because we do call members out in the middle of the night, but I had a long list and I had to call them, and I had time to do it. They didn't, so I did it.
All hands on deck.
Right. All hands on deck. If there's something that needs to be done, we're going to do it. Doesn't matter if we've done it before. Doesn't matter if it falls within our scope of duties. Our scope of duties is pretty broad. And if something's happening like that, we're going to do, if the risk manager needs something, I'm going to do it. And we ended up doing whatever needed to be done. The dispatchers ended up doing whatever needed to be done. We had dispatchers calling people they've never called before. Like I said, we had a couple of dispatchers who had the rest of the province, and they were busy like we were, and they were busy calling out resources for that event as well. And yeah, there was no, like I said, there's no set duties for anyone, especially in a situation like that. We're just doing what we can.
Whoever's not busy at the time that something needs to be done does it.
Yeah. And it's our job to make sure it gets done.
Yes. And then you
One
have
way
to
or the
make,
other.
and then you confirm that it was done.
Yeah.
So when our risk manager says, call Truro and tell them to lock down their town, I don't ask for more clarification, because that's all he had to tell me. That's all he could get out, because he had so many other tasks that he did. And I said, I'll do it. And I had direct line to the risk manager. He was along the window line with me, and I'll do it. I called, I spoke to a dispatcher, I spoke to a corporal, and then I spoke to an inspector, and I gave them every single last bit of information that I knew so that they could be better prepared. Where my job ends is that it's not my job to tell you how to take that information, what to do with that information. I can only tell you what I know, and what you do with it is up to you. And I don't know what lockdown means for you. So if I say the risk managers asked me to lock down your town, if you have protocol in place for a lockdown, then I would think that it would be time to start that protocol. I am a dispatcher, I am a supervisor in the OCC, but I don't work for your agency. I am an RCMP dispatching supervisor. So to, I know this is a later question, but to have doubt thrown as to
A later question. You know it's a later question. Good job. Oops.
wasn't passing on from information as an order. I was passing on information as we information share among agencies. And then what you do with it is up to your agency. Because I'm not, it's not up to me to decide how you take that information.
Right, so it becomes a matter of whether the same words mean the same thing to you
I
versus
guess,
them, different
yes.
organizations.
And when I heard what Bruce told me, I understood what he meant.
Bruce is your risk manager?
Bruce Byers was the risk manager that day. I understood what he meant, and I didn't need more clarification. And so I relayed what was told to me, and I relayed every other bit of information that I had so that they could better prepare for.
Oh, you fucked up, Kristen. You fucked up huge.
That was passed on to them.
Okay. So thinking over that really very brief period of time.
It was brief, yes.
What was the hardest part?
I guess I touched on it before. It was knowing that in order to find them, it was going to get worse, and every call was going to be worse. And that's what we were waiting for the next call, so we know where he was, and we knew that wasn't going to be a good thing. Kirsten mentioned when Heidi was killed, when that happened. I don't know if this is true. It just felt like the air went out of the room for about a half a second, and then we just went on like it didn't happen. We had to go on like it didn't happen, and it was tough for everyone, for sure. But yeah, it was not knowing what was coming and not knowing where it was going to go. And well, as Kirsten said, it seemed as though at the time there was no rhyme or reason to which direction he was going. He was out in Wentworth, he was in DeBert, he was in East Hants. Maybe there was, it's hard to say, but it was hard to tell. It was hard to tell, and it was hard to piece it together as we were going along. And if we can't piece it together, we can't articulate it to the members on the radio.
Yeah.
So it was tough. We had training. We had IR, immediate action, rapid deployment training. The members do that, have been for years doing it on the regular. We started actually in November of 2020 or 2019. We started attending training with them as dispatchers and sending 2 or 3 of our dispatchers to go and dispatch their IR training. And that training it's meant for a building. It's meant for a school, unfortunately, meant for a school. And so all the training is geared towards that. So we had actually sent several of our operators. As a matter of fact, there's 7 dispatchers, including myself and Kirsten that day. I believe 5 of us had been there in that year before they had to shut it down for COVID. So we were ready in that regards. We had that kind of training, but like I said, it's meant for a building. So we had to adapt it for what was happening, which I don't know if there's any training that could help you anyway. It was unheard of. So it was just a situation we wouldn't have dreamt of, let alone been prepared for. So we had to go with what we knew and adapt it best we could.
And we had to just use our training, like do the right thing, do what you thought was right in the moment. We had a lot of experience on that side of the room. There wasn't, trying to think of how to word this. It wasn't, Brian and I didn't have to tell anybody, you need to do this, you need to do this, because there was so much experience that they knew what to do, and we were just there to support them in doing it. It was tough when Chad was shot, when he went to the ambulance station and was waiting for an ambulance. And after Heidi had been killed, he came on the radio, and I'll never forget him coming on the radio, and just so unassuming. Do we know where my ambulance is? Because I'm bleeding pretty badly. And me getting back on the phone and asking the ambulance where they were, and knowing that, of course, they need to be safe in their response. But I had a police officer out there that needed help, and that's what I wanted. And so I tried to tell them, he's in this car and he doesn't have a stripe on his pants, and this is his name, and he needs your help. We want to protect our members. That's our job, is to protect the members, take care of them, make sure that they make it home. and we couldn't that day. It's our worst day, our worst nightmare coming true. That was hard. But not having time to really react to it, like to emotionally react. We certainly reacted in our action and in getting him the help and in getting people there for Heidi as quick as we could. But the emotional reaction couldn't happen at that time because we had a job to do.
Yeah. Given those incredibly insurmountably difficult situations that you guys were in, is there anything that could have helped? Anything that you wished you had or known that could have?
Since then, our boss has been very proactive in making changes. And by changes, not really changes, improvements. And we actually have a running list, I think it's up to 39 or 40 now, of things we've changed, improved, added, modified since Portapic to enhance operations and to be better prepared. A lot of it has to do with communications. Some is public communications. But that day, I'm not sure what would have helped. I think we were as prepared as we could have been. And we did have some technology. There is more now. But I don't see any. It's not like at the time I was thinking, oh, I wish I had this. It's a matter of 6 months later, I've got this, but I never knew it existed in the first place. So it wasn't that I wanted something. It's just that, great, we're seeing some improvements, augmentations to what we already have. But there's nothing that 2 days after Portapic, you could have come to me and said, what would have made things better? I would have said, I don't know, nothing. I'm sure there's stuff, but there was nothing top of mind, for sure. I think we had what we needed.
Best we could have had at the time.
Right, so there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing we have now that I would have even dreamed that we could have had. So, but yes, we are way better prepared now than we ever have been.
I agree, basically the same way. We have our new center now. It does make open communication easier than when we were basically in 2 rooms. It's still a large room though. So there's still I don't think communication would have really changed. We have a lot more situational awareness now. But again, like Brian said, we didn't know we needed that until we had it. We didn't know that was an option until we had it. So I can't think of anything that could have made that day go better, flow better, better prepared us in that moment. I think we utilized everything that we had to the best we could.
Okay. I think we're at a point where we're ready to move past the during the mass casualty and go to after. Is there anything though that you haven't spoken to about the during that you wanted to speak to before we move on?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Right. Want a break? Okay. All right. So moving to the after piece, the after the mass casualty. What was it like for you and your team in the days and weeks that followed? How were you supported?
So immediately, like within minutes after it was over, Inspector OJ, she came over and asked me to call in the next team. The team that was supposed to come in on night shift. So we're looking at noon. We're calling in the night shift that was supposed to start at 7. So I did. And then once they all got in, I realized, because it was my job to schedule the OCC at the time, I said, okay, now we have too many because someone's got to work till 7 a.m. So I sent some people back, and I've never had as understanding a group of people before. They came all the way into work, and then we said, no, go back, please. And they said, yeah, whatever you need. So we were sent home. Kirsten and I did stay. We stayed for a few hours that day, and we came back in for an 8-hour shift the next day to do some paperwork, to make some follow-up phone calls to our team. But we were sent home for 8 days. I think the other team, due to scheduling how it landed, were sent home for 5 days, the team from the night before. During that 8 days, we did have a psychological debrief. Oh, sorry, I'll get ahead of myself. On the way out of the office that day, on April 19th, we met a peer-to-peer advisor on the way out, set up in a room downstairs from where we worked, and before we left, we spoke to them. Later that week, we did have a psychological debrief. Due to COVID, we had to split our team in half, and we went to both sessions as supervisors. And everybody was set up with phone numbers for psychologists, and everybody's name was assigned to, I believe, a peer-to-peer person across the country. So within a few days, we would receive, I think I received a call from a peer-to-peer person who worked with the RCMP in Saskatchewan. And he followed up twice with me. I did call a psychologist at one point and had a session. We were under the understanding that if you needed help, you could call, and it was covered. We have normal employee assistance programs that exist, that are available to us. Some people took advantage of that. Some people took advantage of the psychologists. I've been asked several times if we did enough, if we should have gone back to work as soon as we did. Kirsten and I have both been part of the management team. We were then and have been since. We both had stints as the commander, and we've been dealing with a lot. And we know from Moncton, we were told that people were sent off for a month in some cases, some of the dispatchers, and that wasn't necessarily a good idea. But then again, I don't know if 5 or 8 days was enough either. It's almost impossible to say. So I think it's different people need different things, and we had some support. But if you ask somebody else, I feel like I had adequate support. If you ask someone else, I don't know what they're going to answer, but whatever they answer is the right answer. So it's hard to say, but we did have plenty of opportunities, peer-to-peer psychologists, for sure.
You said you went in the day after. Did you end up taking any time, or?
We went in the day after. We volunteered to go in the day after. And then went in for the debrief, but that was a Sunday morning. So we went in Monday. The debrief was Thursday, but we didn't go back to work until the following Monday. So yeah, we did take some time.
Okay. Kirsten, what was your experience like after?
Well, it was just making sure everybody was being relieved, getting the room, like I said, back in order to the way it should be. Brian dealt with sending some people home so that they could stay until 7. And I was just trying to get people in and get our people out and making sure that they went down to see the peer-to-peer person who was called into. And we asked them all to go and see the peer-to-peer person before they left the building. Brian and I stayed a little bit longer. We spoke with our commander, I believe, that day. And then we had to talk about the schedule because, of course, that's 2 teams that were affected. And our team was supposed to come in for a day shift the next day. And we didn't feel like we could ask them to do that. So I think that day I called all of our team a little while after they would have gotten home just to check in on them, make sure that they were doing okay. They had somebody to talk to if they needed it, made sure that they knew we were available if they needed us. I did hang around for a little while longer because the people who were working that night shift, they would have come straight from home and wouldn't have packed a lunch for the shift. So I stayed and I went and grabbed them pizza and brought pizza back for them because I lived so much further away at the time. One of the operators there, I used to stay at her house between my days and my nights. So I went to her place and then came back in the morning with Brian and we worked on this schedule. I told our team that they should not come in to work the next day and we would call them about the night shifts. So we split up the team and we called them the next day, let them know that they were not expected to come into work for their night shifts and that the debriefing had already been set up, and that we were going to have to split it due to COVID. So we were going to have to do call takers in the morning and we did dispatchers in the afternoon. And it was already scheduled for both teams. So we would see them that day. We did some paperwork,
Workers' Compensation Board?
We did like our Lab 1070s, our hazardous occurrence form, basically, for psychological impact. We worked on the schedule. We called the people that we were going to need to schedule for the upcoming week because with 2 teams out, that left 2 teams. So we had to split them to work both days and nights. So we basically split them and we had one group worked all days and one group worked all nights. And everybody was on board with anything that we needed. It was certainly everybody came together to take care of the whole OCC. And like Brian said, we gave EAP, we gave contact information for peer-to-peer. When we went for the debrief, we were provided with the list of psychologists that were available. And at the time, they were doing a lot of, because of COVID, they were doing them over the phone or video calls. So it didn't really matter where you were getting some help, but the help was there. And I did have a peer-to-peer person call me, and I think mine was from Saskatchewan too. Some people didn't come back. Some people are off and may never come back. Some people are already not coming back. I did have to take some time myself, and I probably pushed it a little longer than I should have, but I wanted to be there for my team. And as a supervisor, as a support person, and I'm in this job because I want to help people, and my team is no different than anybody else, I want to help them too. So I wanted to be there for them, to support them. And so I
Yeah.
probably stayed a little bit longer than I should have. But I did end up taking some time myself. I took a few months off. And like Brian said, I feel like I got the help I needed. I feel like the support that was provided to me was what I needed. I hope that we gave everybody the support that they needed.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they felt supported, because we certainly tried.
It's a hard question to answer because we are both part of the management team we were then, and we were even bigger part of the management team in the last year. So we have been dealing with all of this. We have 50 operator positions at the OCC, full-time operator positions. And they were pretty much full, I believe, at that time. We had 50. We have 24 right now, full. 24 operator positions. Most of those lost due to Porta Pick one way or the other. Some of those positions are still technically full, but there are people who are off sick, may come back, may not come back. So it's hard. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth because we lost all those people. Maybe there is something that could be done more. I don't know what it is, but that's a lot of people. And we've lost great operators great employees, great people that I wouldn't have thought we were going to lose. And we did, because
The magnitude of it was more than any one of us could have imagined. It is something that careers are lost on.
We lost 4 people this past April, 2 years on. People who, they weren't necessarily all directly related to Porta Pick, but I would willing to bet it played a major role. And in some cases, they hung on, found new jobs, but they hung on as long as they could. And so we're still feeling the effects. We're trying to restaff, but it's hard to keep up with it. So we're struggling, and when you ask that question, I think I got the support I needed. I know that there's going to be people who disagree with me, and I can't argue with them.
Then the next question you may have.
I think I jumped the gun, yeah.
No worries. But it is what have been the hardest things since the mass casualty, not necessarily just the week after, I mean, maybe in there, but also some of the longer term. What's been hardest for you personally?
Yeah, I had no idea that it was going to be that much pain, that much trauma. And it's really hard to talk about that because in the end, we were on the phones, we were on the radio. Paramedics this morning were right out in it. And police, our members were right out in it. And the victims' families, I can't even imagine. So it's hard to talk about us because we were in a room. We were safe in a room. And still, there's still a lot of trauma, so I can't even think about what some people are going through. So it is hard to talk about it. But that is the thing that surprised me the most. That's been hardest, for sure. That I had no idea that I would be talking to my coworkers about events like that and trying to get them help that they needed and having no idea what to do myself. Other than that, I'm a little surprised by on top of all this, it's been a struggle because we've been in the news and our names have been in the news in some cases. And I've been watching a little bit of this commission lately, and I can watch for 3 hours one day and then read 2 different news articles from 2 different trusted sources, and they have a completely different slant. And a slant that I wouldn't have even dreamed of, and that's hurting our employees. We had well, a tabloid published the 911 calls. That was painful, very painful. They found out that happened in the morning. I had to head it off. I had to do damage control. I was the acting commander at that time. I had to find that employee and basically get those employees to give them a heads up so they don't come across it accidentally. Give them a chance to avoid it. And again, that's us. The families of the victims got to be worse, way worse. So yeah, the media coverage and the fact that there was so much pain and no real way to deal with it, I guess that's been the worst.
We're still dealing with it. It's been more than 2 years and it's still like it just happened. There's not a day that goes by in the acting commander position that one of our tasks, one of our duties is to take care of the people who are off long term. So we're constantly still dealing with it. And like Brian said, trying to head off people. If we find out that there's a news story that's gone out that's got somebody's name or transcript published, we try to make sure that that employee knows so that they can, if they want to read it or if they want to avoid it, they can, because we don't want to re-injure anybody because they've already been through so much. Some of the media coverage has been pretty awful, pretty upsetting, because they don't know what happened. They weren't there. So the spins on things, I don't want to say accusations, but just the way that things are being portrayed aren't necessarily the way it actually happened. And so it's difficult to, it's hard to stay away from the media coverages. It is what it is. I mean, you can try and avoid it as much as you can, but it's still there and people still ask questions and they still want to know about what happened. And we lost a lot of really good people.
What would you want people to understand about your experiences that they wouldn't be able to understand unless they'd been there?
Well, like I said, we've been taking some flack, the RCMP in general, but we've also had our names published for the OCC. And I know that happened immediately after, like within a couple of days. And one of our employees who worked that day with us, I remember she put up on social media just what she wrote. That we tried so hard. And just want everyone to know that everybody, members on the road, everybody we talked to that day tried so hard. And we did whatever we could with what we had, and it was a struggle. And we tried. Everyone worked so hard. Members on the road, we worked so hard. Everybody. And it's hard. It's hard to hear the negative after doing that. So. Yeah, that's what I want people to know. I want people to know how hard everybody worked. And And in an event like that, and I didn't know it at the time, but it's just a flood of information coming at you at once, and just a lot. It's the most difficult day I've ever worked. And I wasn't even on the phones. Call takers on the phones were just taking in way more information than I ever thought was possible, and they didn't miss a thing, and it was very hard. It was very hard. They did a really good job, and yeah, it's just, you hear in the media things were missed. You don't know what it's like until you're there, until you're doing it. That you can be listening to something on the phone, you can be listening to something on the radio. I had someone play a radio broadcast a year later that I had listened to, and I missed something when I had listened to it. There's just so much information to take in, and you're trying to do so many things at once. Dispatching and call taking are heavy on multitasking. It is the key skill you need, and it's so hard, and it is possible to miss stuff. I don't feel we did, but there's so much information, and it was hard to keep up with, but we did what we could.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, it is, what would you want people to understand who weren't there? That, you'd have to be there to.
That we are human. If any mistakes were made, it certainly wasn't without lack of trying. We tried our hardest. We banded together. It was literally all hands on deck. We used every skill that we had. It worked out that the two most skilled and, I guess, experienced dispatchers ended up being two of the main dispatchers. You can't imagine the amount of information that came at us in such a short period of time. It was, the bulk of it was about 2 hours. And when you think about how many scenes there were in those many hours, and the amount of geographical distance that was covered in those 2 hours, and I can't imagine doing it with any other group. They worked beyond my expectations, and I hope they know that. I know that they did everything they could, everything in their power. They worked their hardest. They worked their butts off.
Many of them are no longer working with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too. I hope they know.
I hope they know that they did everything they could, that they didn't. I don't think there's anything they could have done better. And if I was involved in something like that, I wouldn't want anybody else on the other side of that phone.
With COVID, with the leave restriction, the number of people we had working, with, like Kirsten said, the operators who ended up dispatching that call, which were the best we had. Everything was right. Everything was going best possible way. And just goes to show that things can still go wrong. Like things are still.
They can still be terrible.
Things can still be bad, no matter what you got going for you. And we had great members on the road. We had great supervisors. We had great risk managers. Everything was great. and it still was horrific and horrible, and it all.
We had all the people with all the skills
Yeah.
in the right places.
Yeah.
And it was still horrific.
Why did you feel it was important to come here today to tell us about this? What do you hope we'll take from this?
I think the OCC needed a voice in this. Someone, because I wanted people to know how hard we worked, and I wanted people to know that we did our best. And if there's any information we can pass on that was new, then great. Basically whatever needs, whatever anyone needs, I'm willing to answer questions. I'm willing. And there were several, like all of us were asked if we wanted to come, and many people don't for understandable reasons. I felt like I could, so I came. So just despair from someone else having to do this, and because it's hard, it's really hard. So I know most of what we say and do at the OCC is recorded, and all those recordings are out there. But if there's anything I could pass on today that was new or different, then that's great. But yeah, that's why I just wanted. Yeah, no, that's it.
I didn't want to be another transcript. I wanted the OCC to have representation as humans, as people answering the phone, as people doing the dispatching. And like Brian said, the offer was put out to everybody, but many people didn't want to or couldn't, because it probably would have re-traumatized them. They might not have been able to make it through. And if I can be one of the people who can come up here and answer some questions and maybe offer some perspective into what we do and to how it went that day, I will do anything I can. I wanted to make sure that people saw the faces behind all those recordings, that we are people doing our job, doing the best we can. I just hope that we offered a little more insight into the way things work and the way we try to operate. And I still don't think I would change anything that we did. I really think that we worked our hardest. We did our very, very best that day. We pulled out all the stops. Anything we knew how to do, we utilized our skills. And I just hope that people know that.
Yeah. And sort of as a final question, is there anything that you'd like to see come out of this commission, the work that we're doing, based on your experience? Anything that would make the work better or easier?
From the OCC's point of view?
Yes, yeah.
I guess it's indirectly out of the commission. We've done a lot of it. Maybe there's more we can do. Every day we're changing things, doing things a little differently. We had a major incident the other day. I was working, and I said to the risk manager, I said, "This is a lot different than it was 2 years ago. If this would happen, when this happened 2 years ago, it didn't go like this. This is smoother. This is it was more,
There's a procedure.
yeah, it was more precise work we were doing. There's several things that are different, even in our OCC. Now, if a major event is going on, we have a strategic communications person in the office. So if a tweet or a Facebook post or a public alert go out, we're aware of it, and we know when it's going out. Because when an alert goes out, 911 sees the effects. 911 sees it. We get flooded with calls. Not as much as we did. I think there's a lot of education that's gone on in the last couple of years, obviously. Before that, even when they would test the alert system, we would get slammed with calls. But now all of that is happening out of our office. We've got different technologies now that we know where our members are better than we ever did before. So,
And more coming.
And more coming. And things have happened. And I guess indirectly, that is because of this commission in a way, but because of the event, of course. But yeah, if there's anything else we can do differently, by all means, we'll do whatever we can. We're trying to make how we do business better all the time.
Not much to add, really. We want to be able to do our job the most efficiently, and he was our commander at the time. He advocates for our OCC, trying to get us the best technology, the best. He's constantly updating our procedure. We've been a part of that in the acting position, making sure that people are getting the training that they need. It's been difficult during COVID, but there are still courses. So if we update a procedure and there's a course that could go with it, an online course, we try and get our people to do that to make sure that we're going full circle. We're not just read this, also do the course and understand why this is the procedure. And
feels like sometimes as commanders, as we're flooding the employees with more work, but it's
for a purpose.
We don't get any complaints. It's for a purpose. Yeah.
It's for preparation. It's to better prepare if this should ever happen again. So we have our skills are up to date. Our skills are refined, and we know what we want to be able to be in a position where you don't necessarily have to look at your policy and procedures because you know what you need to do. Mm-hmm. And if we can train our people to know what to do, things work better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to share today before we close? Anything you haven't had an opportunity to say that you would come here wanting to say?
No.
Okay.
Not for me either.
Okay. Thank you. Good. Okay. Well, thank you. I know this wasn't easy. So it asks a lot of you. So please, thank you for coming and for kind of going through this with us to help us understand.
And thank you so much, Krista, for again facilitating yet another difficult conversation, but an also important conversation. And again, Brian and Kristen, if I could use first names. Thank you so much for your insights, and your insights, of course, new to so many of us, just your insights about your job generally, but more importantly, your insights as revealed in your experience, things that we wouldn't have known, things that the unacquainted mind wouldn't go to, like the rest of the province had, or the entire province had other issues that day. And so you've broadened our perspective and brought a human element to the work we're doing, and we greatly appreciate that. We greatly appreciate your honesty and candor and courage for coming and helping us. And as I said this morning, it seems like you're in a helping profession, but your real help today was to us, and we appreciate that. We appreciate you coming here and having that enormously difficult conversation designed to help us. And we want to and are committed to making recommendations that are meaningful, but also practical, that make sense. And it's through conversations like this that we're able to come up with hopefully recommendations that make sense. So you've helped us, and we greatly appreciate it. So thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you. Just to frame it a little bit, I mean, the Ordering Council that set out our mandate instruct us to examine information and support that was provided to people who were affected by the mass casualty, and to set out lessons learned and recommendations to improve the response in any similar incidents in the future. And so, as was mentioned this morning, these small group sessions are not the phase one fact-finding activities. They're not a replacement for those. What they are intended to do, as alluded to by Commissioner McDonald, is to help us understand how to make recommendations that are practical and implementable. Today we've heard from the people who answer the calls that we make to 911 as citizens, and they're the people who we want to respond next time. They're the people who we want to answer those calls and to go out in response to those calls. And so if we're going to make recommendations that affect their jobs, they need to be sensible. They need to be recommendations that those people can enact. And so when we're listening to them talk about their experiences, we're the witnesses. All of us are the witnesses to what they experienced, and that helps us understand better how we can move forward. So tomorrow we'll have 2 more group sessions, small group sessions. The first will include a number of service providers and secondary responders who were part of the response in April 2020. And we'll also hear from elected officials from the communities most affected, who also assisted people with navigating their way through this. Thanks so much for your engagement in this work, everyone who's witnessed along with us today. And we'll be back here tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.
Sorry, there was a comment that was I got sent to me, so thank you. I will read it out because apparently YouTube didn't want that. So I'm sorry always to anybody who that happens to, right? I mean, you can say anything short of, threatening violence or overthrow or any of that stuff. Disagree with everybody all you like. This is the atmosphere for truth. So that's how we're going to get it. Somebody's comment got deleted. Thank you for sending it to me. Why are you involved in procedural changes? Isn't that admitting shit needed to change? you just said you couldn't do any more. Good point. And you can type, I think, foul words. I have that all turned on because it's all adult. I turn this on adult. So everybody can, because, you know, it's probably not for kids anyways. And I tend to get upset and whatever else. I am thoroughly disgusted. Once again, they exposed multiple times that this is all scripted and garbage. And you could see them shitting in their pants because the MCC is watching this channel as it's going down, and they knew they really fucked up. This ship is sinking bad. Get off it. Your souls are literally in jeopardy. Nothing is going to buy them back. You are losing so much. You have no idea what you're messing with. So, sorry, something, and got deleted off. Bust out the psych textbook, look up grief transference, and tell me, absolutely. This is all psychological warfare they're fighting. And it's cheap and it's shitty. Shitty. It's honestly, we're talking small children intelligence. Very, very preschool. Very sick. Very transparent. To anybody who understands this stuff, and for those who aren't dialed into that kind of stuff, oh, they're seeing it now in spades. Get off this boat. It's ripping these people apart. And mine is not to find fault with them. I'm like, please, come. You have a chance. You have a chance. But you're going to walk through life and you are going to carry a bag you have no idea about. Seen it. Don't do it. Off topic, but when I was watching Oh Dear's video, I heard Jamie Blair was a witness to first-degree murder in prose. Did I hear that right? Yes, you did. Anyone know anything more about that? Yes. 20-year-old story. Not saying it's not relevant. But again, I would say look deeper. Look deeper. And, you know, are they addressing that? No. They don't want to touch this stuff, man. They want to sham you constantly. Sick, no video announcement. Yes, we went over it in the Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot I learned a long time ago. And is it relevant? Don't know. I'm sure that it has a factor. Is it the cause? No. Obviously, I don't think it is the cause of the entire, because if this was some kind of trying to suppress somebody's testimony, then you would not go around and murder all kinds of other people who weren't witnesses. This is something much larger, much deeper. And so could it have a factor in it? Yes, could. But I see too many elements here going on that suggest something far, far greater. A bag of rocks will turn into a boulder. Yeah. Yeah. And literally, I do feel for these people. Aww. Because they don't know what they're doing. And that's not something you can come back from. It's going to be now, let's say hypothetically, one of these two people feel that they must, somewhere down the line, feel that they must come clean, there is now a permanent record that's going to be all over the internet. That's a lot harder to clean up than if you had just come up and said, you know what, I really messed up. Now, I got word that, yeah, okay, so they are in upper management. But she came on, both of them, I believe, came on and said that, because I referenced the email, right? And the email has a lot of very powerful people in RCMP at 12:30 in the morning, bringing them up to speed. She got up for sure and said about how, it's Facebook and she didn't really know anything and all this other stuff. No, you had an email spelling that out. So, it's the snow, it's the straws that they're grasping at, when they have like tactics when in doubt, throw out COVID, bring up domestic a few times so that, you plant the seed in people's heads. This is all very cheap, right? Ask her when we will release the tapes. They repeatedly said about the recordings. Of course they exist. Of course they exist, just like the dash cam footage exists. So you can put it all out. And guess what? All those calls, all the 911 calls and everything, all the officer radio channels, all that's going to match all the rest of the data that they have given us thus far. Right? Where is Mark Rose's statement? Or what Mark Rose heard? One moment, please. Okay, and so I just got, sorry, apparently there's some discussion about whether dash cam footage exists or not in Nova Scotia. Thank you very much to Todd, who knows all kinds of stuff. And so I put that out on my Twitter line at some point there, because it's in the CERT reports. Let's see, where's that? One moment, please. Here we go. This is this tweet that I put out a week ago, basically, almost. Call for all dash cams. And for many of the answers, oops, sorry. What am I doing here? Okay. Call for all dash cams for many of the answers because they will all line up. Everything will sync. The calls will all come equally placed, equally spaced, from the right people. You'll be able to hear everything. You'll be able to see everything, where people are. Screw the GPS, doesn't matter, because you know what? You can use Google Earth and drive it. Everything will match. You'll learn a lot of stuff. Does it exist? Oh, certainly it does. RCMP Nova Scotia had cars equipped with dash cams since 2014. All radio calls, all channels, Blueberry, Morrison, you're going to know everything. Big Stop, Fishers, routes traveled by RCMP, Shuby, you will get it all. Here's the link. Paste. The report from CERT. What? Citing dash cams. How does that passage read again? CERT also obtained a technical collision investigation report, medical records, parties, blah, blah, blah. It's to do with an accident. Importantly, radio transmissions relevant were reviewed, and the RCMP's vehicle in car video and GPS evidence. The video shows the entirety of the incident from the vehicle's point of view. I understand that he said that. And here is what says otherwise. Brought to you by Ronnie, Felix's friend. So, it certainly exists. Oh, it does. Call for the dash cam. You'll get many of the answers you're looking for. I don't suspect you'll get maybe what's running underneath that. Is there any current info that dash cams are being used? I would assume yes. They love toys. This was more showing dated back to 2014. The earliest references to, not the only reference, the earliest references. Code of conduct hearings, there's another one. Do they exist? Oh, yeah, they do. The RCMP even put them out on their own channels. They use it themselves for propaganda. Here, look at us doing whatever. They have it equipped across the country. You have a feeling there will be an outcry over the dash cams? I certainly hope so. I've been pushing. I think I remember 2020 talking about this shit. Dash cams, get it. Seriously, because think about it. It's not just the footage that you're seeing. It's the audio that you get, which means you get all of the dispatch. You get all of the radio calls. You get all of the cell phone calls. You get all of it. Many, many answers. You don't need millions of pages. Sure, it's going to be a lot of footage, but guess what? We're talking about 13 hours. I'll leave it this way. We got hundreds. Not going to take very long. And of course, you see the smile on my face. You know it will all line up with everything they have given you. Don't you? WhatsApp messages? I don't know. Is that some kind of text message thing? I don't know. Text messages, no, right? Unless they're discussing that. But you'll get many of the answers. I'm not saying that you're going to get all of them. No. And will you get what's really going on? Balin? No. Probably not, but I bet you they would refer to it. What this here? Oh, that's nice. Okay. Now, dash cams weren't working. Then, we know that this is bullshit. So it's just time to stop. It's time to stop playing their game. You have to just call a shitter a shitter. That's it. You're liars. You're liars, you're liars, you're liars. The RCMP are liars. You know, anytime they text, whatever, you're just lying. Nobody believes you. Look how you treat families. I mean, this guy's talking about how great a job that they got paid leave, man. They got pensions. Families got huge holes in their lives. He's talking about how he got the psychological. Of course, they're going to ask that. The psychological services and stuff. I'd like to see when Tara got offered psychological services. 3 family members. And you heard a phone call that you were laughing about because it's on the record multiple times. This is how detached people have become with their soul, with their conscience, with their compassion. Not suitable. We don't need people who are falling down, crying, sobbing messes of goo. We need people that are strong, but people that have a heart. And when they see something wrong, oh, you're goddamn right, they're going to blow the whistle on it. And they're going to be protected. Because that's what I'm going to pay them for. I have no problem for paying whistleblower. Do you? Taking care of them? You're going to tell the truth. You're going to uncover garbage and clean up what the fuck is going on over here in our country. Yeah. Seamus had it checked out. Judy, what? I assume. Well, like I said, didn't I link it there? Did I not link the CERT report? Yeah, I did. Thank you, Todd. Go hunt around for yourself. RCMP used dash cam all over the place. And they use it in their code of conduct stuff. They use it in CERT investigations across the country, in Nova Scotia, back as early as 2014. So I would say, yeah, they have dash cams. And I know that they have dash cams. And I know that they have footage. Now, I'll just leave this one on the table. I'll call in a marker on my trust. You trust me? I think after all this time, my motives are pretty, frankly, I don't have any. I don't want to sink the RCMP, but they're beyond reproach at this point. I just wanted to help a friend. But that's just me. There's lots of people like that too, I think. Like you. I hope by this point, though, I've earned some trust. Trust me. They have dash cam footage. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it all. And I want to hear it. And I want to watch all of this paper that they floated around. And I want to make sure it all lines up to the second. You know how impossible that will be if they've done anything silly. Good luck. It's going to be all across all of the cards. That can be hard to fake. Well, I appreciate that. And, Joanne, listen, that's the way we go through life, right? We earn people's trust. I don't come on here and expect, hey, look at me, just trust me. Hey, look at the family I come from. Trust me. In fact, I stayed away from all that on purpose. Because I'm like, I don't walk in anybody else's shadow. I'm my own. And you either earn it or you burn it. I know that it exists. At this point in time, I don't think that I'm in a position to say how. I just know that it does. From that night. So, thank you. I appreciate your trust. And on most everything, I would say, here's the proof. Like, that's what, I'm crazy about proof. I'm a fucking nut. Tara's always like, you don't have to show everybody like 15 times. I'm like, yeah, I feel like I kind of do. And then just give it to you. And I say, okay, you do with it what you want. You believe it. You don't believe it. Right? Somebody says something here. I'm like, okay, that's great. Let me check it out. Should all go jive, right? And that's good. Do the same thing with me. On this one, I can't. Oh, okay. See, now you put me on the spot. I said it right a few times. Stuaki. Or Stuiak? Okay, it's one of the two. I'm close. I don't know. Okay, somebody I think even sent me a message about it. Here, tell you what, I'm going to cheat. I know it's one of the two. And usually if I'm spitting it on the phone and I'm going full tilt or whatever, I can do it okay. It's when I have to sit down and think about it, then I'm going to screw up. Stuaki. Stuiak? Okay. Dashcam. How about that? That's a good pronunciation. Stuaki. Oh, wait. No, sorry. Stuiak. Stuiak. I cheated, by the way. I would never say I didn't. Somebody sent me the pronunciation. Thank God. Maybe one of these days I'll get it. I got Shubenacadie, so, and some of them I even know without, what was the one? Tatamagoush. I knew that one. I don't know how, but native languages down there are, not something I'm exposed to. If any of the lawyers have requested the dash cam footage, I believe that may have happened. Yes. May. And no, I'm not getting it from families. Let's see here. MCC fighting back against going after Dashcam. It would look very silly if they're asking them now, 2 years later. Many times they make references to things in their notes, like the recording. People are going to hear this recording of this interview. Okay? So they know these things. Yeah, that's going to be one of the first things they went after. I would assume it may be in the CERT reports about dash cam. That's a good question. I believe at one log one day, I hope to God whatever bug they planted in the Colchester logs gets cleaned out. Now what am I looking for? Let's see. Maybe. Where did I put the CERT report? The big, huge ones. Oh, here we go. Okay. CERT statement, CERT Enfield, letter, Onslow. Let's try that one. And they've referenced dashcam already a few times, I believe. Oh, that's not nice. Insufficient data. My poor computer. I'm going to need some eye surgery. And looks like I'll have to rebuild my computer, which is total trash. I have to throw it away. Senior menu 55. Okay. How do we get the footage? March for it. Stand out in front. Pick it. I think the media will have, the media tries to ignore. CC tons of people. With a ATIP, say. ATIP request it and CC a whole garbage pile of people. Media, alternative media. And if it's just they got the numbers, somebody's looking, we better get on top of this. Watch them shit their pants. They're shitting their pants all along. Imagine sex bots if this tragedy took place in Newfoundland. Dildo, Newfoundland. Lucky is literally sitting on a dash cam O drive. In June, maybe June. Oh, maybe she'll join Julie and Janice and Lee, and I think Mike may have retired. Not exactly sure. God, they just keep going down. All the politicians. It's at least 13 of them. Don't feel bad. There are very strange names. Thank you. I need some consoling on that one, actually. It hurts me. That's the way you can attack me on my pronunciation. No, I'm just teasing. If I can make people smile, this is good too. I bring a lot of questions and a lot of harsh reality too. Never fun. Know me in my personal life. That's fun. Tara, you should hear Tara before she saw me on YouTube. Her life was very different. I appreciate that, Blue Nose. I do. I work hard for people's trust because I know it's hard. It's an important thing. Like your word is what you have, right? It's all you have. I'm not saying I'm perfect, and I'm definitely not saying I am fucked up. I have. And I've made a lot of mistakes in here too. But I try. All RCMP cars equipped with front and rear dash. Nova Scotia cert. See, Todd's the one who brought us this. Has in cases dating up to 2019, cruiser versus civilian. So does it make sense then that they're going to get rid of it? The RCMP. This is the RCMP. They love toys. Like, maybe that's like my sultry voice. They love toys. All of them. The fancy toys. Latest and greatest. Not crayons. Maybe Glenn had to pawn them off. Boost the snack budget. The food. What is with the food? I don't know. Maybe that's how you buy their souls. Food. Though, I have heard some really great officers who also talk about food. So, food and all. Love to hear it. The Nissan Altima. Yes, that would be curious. They'll claim it doesn't exist. But that one, I don't know. But I think they're bullshitting you on the MWS stuff. Todd, look, what was the point that Todd said? Hard to dispatch cars if you don't have the MWS. True. All these people just sailing around. Hard to appear in the call logs if you don't have, like, the Colchester, Boo, whatever, East Hants, call logs or dispatch logs if you don't have an MWS. Ask Indo to hook you up with some O drives so you can free up more space for secret squirrels on my PC. Yeah. But he said, what was it, a year? My hard drives are newer than a year, I think. I don't know. There may be a couple in there that aren't. I got those chip ones. What do you call those? I have some other ones too, but the digital, what do you call them? SSD drives. HDD drives versus HDD. Hello. I like computers. I can build them, but I just don't understand how to use shit. And frankly, I don't really want to. When she arrived, she said she first put her lunch in the refrigerator. Yes, and the pizza references going out and like, seriously, think about any kind of situation where you've been really ramped up and food is like the last thing on your mind. And frankly, if you eat when you're really in that state of agitation and such, you don't feel very well. Illogical. And didn't have time for breakfast. You bust out laughing. I don't know. And again, some of that is to do with training. And you do see a lot of stuff and you do get desensitized to it. I'm not totally. But it is true. It is true. And that's from members. Food is the last thing on your mind. You've got shit to do, like good members. You've got a lot of shit to do. Food, that's for another time. We do know about the meals. Get hangry. I get hangry sometimes. Anybody get hangry? My girlfriend was saying to me the other day, I think you need some food. I'm like, oh, when did you last eat? I'm like, I think a couple days ago. She's like, yeah, I think you need some food. I fucking love snacks. Where's the beef? Where's the beef dash cam footage? There's a good placard. No, wouldn't it just be a problem if there were a few, like, I don't know, few people milling out in front? Please just give us the dash cams. Could throw a terror sign in there too. That would be nice. You can always dream. I will. I dream of good things. That's not the kind of toys they like, because that might bring transparency. Oh, but they do. They do like them. Yes, he would get me going. He would get me going, and then I would. Yeah, it's not good. But I was passing around Screech when they were naming Nova Scotia hamlets. No, Todd. They're good. They're good native names. Eastern Star 33, 33rd floor. 23, 23, 23 in Las Vegas. I'm a few years off at 33. Oh, you're just a youngin'. Back in my day, we used to walk to school both ways. Twinkie shortage. Didn't Twinkies go off the market for a little bit? And somebody else bought them up? Hostess. Twinkies, I think, get a bad rap. I don't really eat them. I've never had them. Oh, yes, I did. I liked it when I was really young. I think I liked the ding dongs. Was that it? That sounds very wrong to say, but I think it was the ding dong, which is slightly different than the cupcake, as I recall. A lot of eating. Oh, come on. We have, well, it's all in jest. Exactly. Moments of levity. You got that right. So heavy. It's sad, but we can try and laugh some. It's not like at a dispatch center, because I don't think anybody's laughing about any of that. But you get hangry. You eat a Snickers. Makes me think of something. Snickers. Snickies. Fed the troops with pizza. So we went out and got pizza, and then they went on break for a while. Is that what she said? They went on break for a while? I'll have to go back now and watch this morning. So I'm going to have, I always have lots of stuff on the go, but I'd like to have Odier's next part, because she's banging them out. And I want to catch up, because otherwise it's going to be very far behind. And it'll always be there until they delete the channel, to which I hope there's people backing stuff up. Anybody backing stuff up? Just curious. Caramel cakes are good. Caramel cakes, I've never had that. Do you have SSD? Yeah, I've got a couple on my board, I think. Does she have an email that she shared? You'd have to. You'd have to ask her. I don't feel comfortable giving out her email. So you'd have to ask her. She's around usually. Ho-hos. Ho-hos. You're more of a half moon. Half moon. I bought some kind. What the hell was it? It wasn't made by Hostess. It came in a box. I think I was trying to relive old memories or something. They were quite atrocious. I don't think they go bad. Whatever it was. Some kind of chocolate thing. I'm not really a chocolate fan, but help wanted signs. Whew. They are missing so many. Like the 70 is nothing, and that's just Nova Scotia. Like their ranks, their upper ranks, they cleared out a lot of them because of some of them got promotions and some just were like, code of conduct possibly coming my way. I better get out of the way of this one. It's not what you take with you, but what you leave behind. Todd, that almost sounds philosophical and serious. Unless there's something behind it, to which I'm sure there is. I do get them needing the water, but the food. Did you hear him drinking in the background? He was drinking quite a bit. Who's going to eat? You would be sick. Yeah. If you're really ramped up, you can't eat. This has been my experience. But in speaking to members, that's equally the same. Not really thinking about food. It requires like somebody, you better have something to eat. Oh, yeah. Well, as soon as this is done. Notice the lady talking about snacks today as well. Did the word snacks come up? Snacks? Uh-oh. Ketchup-ma-cudgy. Ketchup-ma-cudgy. Okay. I don't know where Ketchup-ma-cudgy is, if I mispronounced it, which I'm sure I did. Drinking water or rum like O'Brien. They're just trotting out any excuse they can. They're grasping. I'm not saying that didn't occur, but you see how low they're going. The ship's really going down. Pop my omninerves, popped of during my lunch to Book of Light. Just finished. I miss so much. Well, great to have you on board, Trish. It'll be here for replay. I appreciate that, Tracy. And again, this is just a collaborative work effort. We are a team. All of you, well, not all of you, have to be truthful, right? Not all of you, but some, for sure. I would say vast majority, which is what makes them piss their pants even more. You can sew things out there. You can do all kinds of funny things. RCMP love fancy, high-tech toys, especially when they get them in there, get out of the lawsuits. Yes. And then, if it works not in their favor, then it's crayons. Depends on what day you catch them on, right? Well, I'm just glad that you're on board, Tracy. I really, we're lucky to have all kinds of good people on our little family, right? But please, bring up the email with Tara. I'm sure we can facilitate that if she's feeling so comfortable. Just all this has taken a bit out of her, as it has all families, but and I'm not taking, it's all the same, loss of life. But Tara's had a rough ride. But that story will all surface with time. There'll be a lot of people with egg on their face. Moments of levity. Nobody's backing up my stuff. Oh, I'm sad. I know I did have a couple people who were putting stuff out on other channels. I know O'Dear was. And there was a lady who used to watch my channel a long time ago who was I think she got banned. I felt really bad. I haven't seen her for a long time. RCMP Art Club. Well, that's not me. That has nothing to do with me. That is O'Dear. So, huge props to her. Very good with tech. Quite amazing. What was it? And she's very humble, too. What did she say to me? Not as techie as I used to be, but I can still find my way around. I'm like, yeah. You're talking to somebody who can't unmute a microphone. By the way, I don't think you see my comment earlier that you have 2 dogs in your house today. Yes, I do. I have my girlfriend over and she's got her dog who jumps all over me. Bye, Freckles. Back to work. Okay. All right. And with that, I think, so, please subscribe to O'Dear's channel. Not my work, yes, I can see how that all goes, but I can't put it into, she can't. So please, let's put her channel out again. I hope I see that it's growing. I'm hoping to see that it is growing. I'm going to have to go through the list of addressees on that email. Most all of them I recognize, but where are we at? We'll see how far down the chain it goes. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, so here's her channel. 494 subscribers. Again, this is bye-bye, Nova Scotia born. So please go to O'Dear's channel. She's all the hard work there. I'd like to make sure that is rightfully attributed. And we support her. But I can tell her numbers are fake too. Too bad. You can do the math. All right. So do have a fantastic day, evening. We wrapped up early today. I'm not even sure what time we finished at there, but probably about half an hour ago or so. Do have a fantastic day. Be good to one another. God bless you. Oh, I was reading phone call between Rehill and Ident, and they talk about the food chain. Oh, good. Good. I'm glad. Sport, oh dear, this is good. It's good. And we'll all get better on this one. Together. Stronger. But I know how much of a help she's been to me. So God bless you all. Be good to one another. And God bless the 23.